Get in the action on the Action Addicts podcast. No greater faction than the action movie scene. Get in the action on the Action Addicts podcast. Your satisfaction, action on the silver screen. Get in the action on the Action Addicts podcast.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the show. My name is Scott Wiley, and you're watching the Action Addicts podcast. First of all, if you're new here, hello. As I said, my name is Scott. Second of all, if you're a regular listener of the show, then this is going to be very confusing, because if you're watching this, then yeah, there's not normally a video to go along with this, but for today, and not for today only, we are going to have both an audio and a video contingent of the show. And as I'm saying all of this, I'm realizing that I need this to match, so let's try and not go too off topic here. So first of all, if this is your first time here and you're watching us over on YouTube or through the video element of Spotify, hi! This is a show all about action movies, and we try and bring a positive spin on them, and we cover everything across the world, across all eras, and we're here to enjoy them, not to ridicule them, although we will, do so when necessary. But for the most part, this is trying to be a nice positive space where everybody can just geek out about the movies they love and show appreciation for the people that make them behind the scenes. One of the people that I have been eagerly hoping and pursuing to get on the show has been the subject of today's episode, Johnny Yong Bosch. Now, if you've not listened to the show before or seen the show before, then you may not be aware, but this is not the first time Johnny has been on. Johnny was on a couple of weeks ago to promote his other new movie, Hellfire, in which he is both one of the actors and he is credited as the fight choreographer. But his actual role was a little bit bigger than that, and you can feel free to go and listen to that to get all of that information. And we had already arranged to do this episode before Hellfire came out, kind of by coincidence, but also was just great timing on both of our parts. So this is kind of a part two of a conversation that we started over there, where he literally ends the episode by mentioning this movie that we're going to talk about today, Spades. Now, for those who may not be aware, I also have a website, the Action Addicts Network, and we put a review of the movie up. And if you want to go and read that, feel free to. But if not, spoilers, I thought it was really good, and I was very impressed. And I will reiterate, because I don't think some people have realized, it is a very low-budget movie. You're going to hear exactly how low in this episode, and that degree of difficulty, the amount of effort required to make something that looks good when you are essentially working with very little resources, is a part of the reason why you have to go, damn, this is impressive. It is not impressive if you're going to compare it to Avengers Endgame, which people will, and there's nothing you could do about that. But that is not what we're doing. And with that said, there is something that needs to be said for the people who are new here, which is that if you do decide to check out more of the show, there are a few episodes, I think there's about 4 or 5 without looking, here on YouTube. But that is not where the majority of the episodes are. The show has over 100 episodes ready and waiting for you to listen to, and it actually has even more than the numbered episodes would suggest, because there are various specials that we do where there is no number, or little bonus episodes like a chat with Marco Zaror, for example, which was only 15 minutes long. So if you want to go and find them, feel free to check them out on Spotify, on Apple, on Amazon, on anywhere that you get your podcast from. I personally use Pocket Casts, and I know I'm on there. So wherever you want to find us, feel free to go check us out. Or if you're watching this on Spotify, then you're already there. And with that said, I was going to do a little comical thing where I go back and forth about what we're going to call this episode. But that requires a lot more editing. And if you haven't noticed, this episode is incredibly long already. And that is not even the full amount of stuff that we covered. There is going to be a second episode from this conversation that will come out after Spades has been out for a little bit. Exactly when will be to be decided. It's not another marathon length episode. In fact, I've actually gone a little bit overboard in trying to make sure that certain conversation pieces could still be in this episode. I've just had to remove bits that were a little bit too like, oh, that was a literal spoiler. Which means that this episode you can listen to in its entirety and not worry that you're going to get the entire movie spoiled for you. But as Johnny himself will make a joke about in the episode, I could have easily just called this episode Tangents with Johnny Yong Bosch, or a dozen other ideas that we came up with. And in the end, I've decided that the simplest and easiest way to talk about this so that people get the hint is Johnny Yong Bosch talks spades and other things, because this episode bounces around, and oh my lord. Regular listeners of this show will know that I am not one to shy away from tangent and to go off topic, but Johnny is, he's one of us in that regard, and we do a terrible job of derailing each other throughout this. So you're going to hear us talk about a lot of other projects that Johnny may have worked on, opinions on certain things, and I hope that you guys enjoy it. We are going to talk about a couple of heavy things. Now, it wasn't expected for that to happen. We didn't plan for it to get this heavy, but it does happen. You can probably guess that the topic of conversation is Jason David Frank. And I am very aware that can be a very sensitive and divisive topic for some fans of Power Rangers. And if you don't know, we did an entire episode dedicated to Jason David Frank's memory. And again, if you're new here, we've done 5 or 6 episodes devoted to Power Rangers. So I'm no stranger to that show, and Jason David Frank meant a lot to me as well. And we didn't expect to have certain things come up that do come up, and I want you to just go in knowing that, because Johnny decides very early on that he's going to be uncensored in certain topics, and that may catch you off guard because there's no real warning when we get there. So that's just a little heads up. But with that said, I think you've heard me ramble enough, and this is going to be an epically long episode as it is. So please stand by as I hand you over to the me of the past and Mr. Johnny Yong Bosch to talk about Spades, The Order, The Legend of the White Dragon, Jason David Frank, all of these previous movies and attempts at getting stuff off the ground, and a little show called Power Rangers. So have fun with that, guys, and I'll see you for the outro. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're here, we're live, we're back in the room, and we are joined once again, which is a very surreal sentence to say, by very special guest Johnny Yong Bosch. Johnny, how are you doing today?
I'm great. And it's a different day.
It is a different day.
On the same day.
It's not the magic of editing. It genuinely is a different day.
Yeah. Awesome. I'm doing good, man.
Good.
You're let's see, am I right? It's the afternoon for you?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
it is
right.
a different day, but it is the same time. It is about 5:10.
Right. Okay. Well,
and for anybody that was listening previously, this is the second time that Johnny has been on. Not necessarily in as many weeks, because editing is a wonderful thing. But the last time he was on, I was going to introduce him as the world's most dangerous frog and a driver of a green minivan. But he stole that opportunity away from me, so I'm using it here. And thankfully, he seems to enjoy that. And I tried real hard to think of a way to include Zio in that, but being the power of a rectangle does not lend itself to cool comical quips, I'm afraid.
yeah. But of the helmets, I could see pretty clear out of that one, you know?
To be fair, of the suits, I actually really like Zio. It's always been one of my favorites.
Zio was great. Yeah, Zio was fun. I also got to do quite a bit more, as, you know, they wrote a lot more for me. So specific like episodes dedicated to my character, which was cool, but also kind of threw me for a loop, because I was so used to being just the dude in the background.
Right.
Exactly.
Do you know, I checked Spotify comments this morning. 2 people commented on the fact that we referenced Background Ranger, and I was like, well, there you go. Nothing else, but they loved the fact we made that reference.
There you go. All right.
So yeah, before we actually get started about the topic of today, I've done this in the past with a few other people, but it's very specific, and I can only apologize in advance that you are one of those specific people, which, as you've probably guessed, I have been a fan of yours for a very long time. I was a child of the 1990s, which means I too grew up on Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. This show has done 5 or 6 episodes on Power Rangers. They always do really well. They're pretty much all in my top 10 all-time most downloaded episodes. And Once and Always is actually the 4th most listened to episode of the show. So,
Oh, wow.
for me, you have been on my list of like, this would be a dream guest, but I don't know if, when, how it's going to happen. And I've always had this idea since before we started talking, since before Spades was a thing, where what I wanted to do originally was I do this thing called a conversation with, which is I do this with all of the guests that come on, where we just talk about their careers, the industry, whatever's on their mind. However, I wanted to do that with you, and Koff, I still may want to do that with you if you're open to it. But what I want to do beforehand, separately, is I'm going to lead up to that with a month of Bosch, because then I can talk about Extreme Heist, Devon's Ghost, Broken Path,
All right.
Hellbinders, and
Right.
Death Grip.
And Death Grip. Yeah. Let me see Broken Path cover again.
Oh, that
Let
was
me see that cover
No,
again.
no. You
Let
don't want
me
to see
see
this
that
cover
cover
again. I'm
again.
so sorry for doing that.
Show
to
me
you.
that cover. Yes. Okay. Lower it a little bit. All right. There we go. So let's see. I think maybe on the back. First off, that guy, whoever he is not even in the movie. How
Can't you
about the
see?
back?
Can't
I
you
know
see?
they.
That's a very poorly photoshopped version of you. That is your
Yeah.
eyes.
Right. But and that does say Broken Path. It doesn't say Attack of the Yakuza, which it is in some
Oh,
of them. Do they have my name spelled right on this one? Because I know on some of them it's misspelled.
so
They go
so
Johnny Jung.
I need to just clarify this. Would you like to reread what that says?
I can't quite see it. It's a little fuzzy for me.
Broken
Where?
fist.
Broken? Oh, Broken Fist. Right. Yeah. Okay. It's not
However,
Broken Path. Right. Do you have Broken Path and Attack of the Yakuza? Then you'd be a true collector.
I'm about to tell this story. So, I've obviously been a fan of yours for a very long time, but what you may not be aware of, people listening, and Johnny is definitely not aware of, because this is when I'm going to sound like a crazy person, is we have actually passed in the online world several times over the years, just random comments back and forth. But there is one thing that I will forever hang on to that I've never said this publicly to anyone before, which is why I'm going to give details so that way you know it's true. This isn't my only copy of Broken Path. I have another one that actually is Broken Path, but it is in a storage unit many miles away, unfortunately, so I couldn't have it with me. And I've had that copy since 2008, 2009, whenever it came out in South Africa. When I came across it on a website and I imported it and I watched it and I loved it. And at the time, this is back like when you were still mostly active on MySpace, because I first came across this film when you edited it to the music of Amber Lynn's Paper Thin Hymn, which I still think is the better trailer than the trailer that they actually put out. And when I was like, this is really cool, I would like to actually message you and talk to you about it, but I know that MySpace is a waste of time. But I remembered that I subscribed to a YouTube channel called Kermit Fries a long time ago. And back then, YouTube allowed you to send direct messages to people. So I sent a direct message to the channel Kermit Fries, which is how I already knew that you signed your messages off with a J. Because we had a conversation all the way back then when I told you how good Broken Path was and that I'd imported it from South Africa. And you looked it up and said, wow, is this the website you got it from? It was. And then not long after that, the film found its way online. But our conversation is the one that for ages and ages I would listen to you reference at conventions of, yeah, this guy told me that the film released in South Africa. Hi, Johnny. Nice to meet you.
That's funny. Yeah, that was a crazy one. Just that just how that all came about, it was very frustrating too, Um each one of those movies have like some kind of story.
Oh, we don't have to do
A
this now.
lot of stories.
That's not why
We
I was
don't.
showing it.
We can get into that. This is yeah. We can go through all of those on another one because it's probably going to be an hour or two at least. But yeah, that one that's pretty wild though. That yeah, that Kermit Fry's YouTube. I think somebody hacked that one a while ago. And
Yeah.
so I no longer have access to that.
Well,
That happens every once in a while. People hack into it and then they're like, for $2,000 you can have it back, and I'm like, nah.
nah.
Fine.
It's one of those things that I have met all of the other Mighty Morphin cast. You are the only one I've never been able to meet. And yet I have like a list of stories like that one that I've been like,
Uh-huh.
one day it's going to happen. And then I can sound like an insane person relaying all of this stuff to you. Because
Awesome.
I don't know if you know, but one of the iShine videos that you made for Revolution Airways where you thanked people was also for me. Because I was one of the producers on that.
Was that
for
right?
You guys. Yeah, I was.
Oh, nice.
The video that you did where you all ended up just bowing and making Japanese sounding noises was my one. It's hilarious. I loved it.
Yeah, we had fun with those. We that was a fun time. We had quite a few of those to do. We try to make each one a little different and fun for each person. So that's pretty funny, man. That's great.
Yes. And this one you're probably going to find less amusing because I was originally going to talk about these films in a different way. I was going to do this word flurry of talking about the kind of characters you play. I still might later on after you've forgotten about it, but I can't now artfully mention this film. I'm going to just have to drop it cold. But I'm also the person that has been, I've given up now, but for a while I was very adamant that you should release a movie called Love Like Bullets.
I know. It's done. We just I mean, it took us so many years. I can't even remember. Maybe it was like even 7 years to get that thing finally put together. It cost us like $2,000. And when it was done, it was like it's actually a decent film, but in that time span, a couple of movies came out that had very similar themes and moments that it just felt like, oh, if we release this now, it's just going to look like we copied their stuff, and, also the format. I think the biggest thing, David Wald was the director on that one. And so the format, we felt like at the end of it, like it had some really cool moments and is a decent story. There were a lot of moments that I really liked. It is something where I don't know, maybe we will at some point. This is where maybe AI might come into play later, because then,
Okay.
because we shot it on a small DV format, so it's cool, but it, feels like, we shot it in home video kind of a thing. Whereas, if we could plug in, make this film look like it was shot on 35 millimeter, that'd be cool, because then it would like blow it all up. I don't know that we'll ever do that really, but I don't know. Maybe that's something we should consider. Well, the next film that we are talking about doing after Spades, well, there's a couple of them, but David Wald might actually do the next film or direct it if he's available, if I'm playing the lead, which I guess we can get into a little bit later, but
Hell yeah.
yeah, so we'd also talked about maybe revisiting that script as well, and just punching it up a bit because it was good.
Okay, so
but it's dated.
if you're going to do that, then please ignore what I'm about to say. But I guess for me, and I completely understand what you're saying about other stuff coming out and all of that, but I have a shelf full of movies that would essentially be lost media if I didn't have these releases. The most prevalent of which was actually done by Dennis Rule, and it was on Lucky Stars, who was a frequent collaborator with Eric Jacobus, who says hello, by the way. And his episode will either be out right after or right before yours. I sat down with him for about 3 hours, and
Nice.
we talked a lot about Death Grip. And the point I'm trying to make is that movie originally, not Death Grip, but Unlucky Stars, was released directly onto Vimeo, and you could actually buy it. It wasn't just a case of it was up for anybody to watch like a YouTube video. It was very cheap, but you could at least get some money off it. I bought it twice because they did a director's cut. And I've always thought that depending on what the budget was for Love Like Bullets, that might be viable because in theory, you're not going to lose anything.
True.
But obviously, if you're going to redo the script, that's different.
Right. I mean, we could, because I do feel like, I don't know. I'll talk to David about it. Maybe that's something we could do, is where we just kind of put it up there. Hey, if you guys really want to check it out, this is something we did. There's another project. There's a few. There's another one I did called Stray, which I had shot before that.
Yes. In fact, I'm sorry to cut you off. You told me about Stray all those years ago when we were discussing Broken Path.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was another one that I finished, but we again just did not release. I didn't release it though because I had a big final fight that I had set ready to go, and I showed up. That's the problem with these low budget things, is I showed up on set with my crew, and the main villain actor is supposed to show up. He's not showing up. What's going on? Calling him. And finally he calls me after like an hour and a half, and he's like, "Oh man, I was partying late last night. I'm all hungover. Can we move it to another day?" And I'm like, "Well, no, I can't. We've set this up specifically to do this fight." And then he kind of comes in. It's like already at this point 3 or 4 hours after when we were supposed to start, and he can't he can't move or he can't jump. If he lands, like, it's jarring because he's got so hungover, and so it ruined the fight. Like, I had to like cheat the fight and cut things short, and then at the end of it, I'm like, well, that's not a great final fight, So frustrating with Stray, that I had like worked so much to build this kind of sort of character-driven story that has action in it, and then, dang, the big fight I wanted to do now is just trash. So again, that's another one we didn't release. We also did another project, a short, which we are actually probably going to release, but in little increments online. Anyways, I could talk about all that kind of stuff later. There's so much I can go into, I guess.
You can, and I've got to say, I really hope that one of those new projects, or maybe a new short, is going to be the long-awaited sequel to one of the most epic martial arts short films I've ever seen, Squirrel Fist versus Butt Fist.
Right. Yeah, that was pretty fun. Yeah, I mean, well, see, that one's, again, it was like, we have fun doing stuff, and then you'll have someone like you that is like, that gets it. It's like, that's pretty silly, but you kind of get, hey, it's kind of making fun of itself. It's this kung fu thing. That's the thing. But a lot of people were like, "This is terrible. Why doesn't the lips match?" What? And like, they just did not get it. And
yeah.
And so you see both sides, like, all right, well, it's made for a very specific audience. So unless you know us and our humor or kung fu theater, you're not gonna get it.
I also think that in general, audiences are more prepared for that, because when you released that a long time ago,
oh yeah,
and since then, I remember when Michael Jai White did Black Dynamite, people had the same reaction that you just described, and yet it became a cult classic. And now, so many people who watch it are like, "How did people not get the joke?" And I suspect that it would be the same with you. Like, you show different audiences again now, they'd be like, "Oh, we understand the humor, we get the kung fu references, we get the lips being out of sync references, but I just don't think general audiences made the connection that it was quite clearly both a parody and a tribute to the movies that I know you enjoy, which again is actually
absolutely
something that's different to a lot of the people I have on, because I've heard people ask you, what is your favorite action movie, martial art movie? And you almost always give the same answer, which is that it's one you won't have heard of, man.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, that happens a lot. Where I'm like, let me find some, because I do like a lot of movies. But yeah, I definitely kind of go to stuff where you'll know what this one is. But that's also why I did Spades, though. That's why I chose that one. I have like a whole lot of stories and scripts that are kind of there, but this one was one that had been sitting around for a very long time, and I thought this one kind of like bridges the gap. So it kind of like it allows enough people to come into this space and go, I get it. It's still gonna, some people aren't gonna get it, connect with it, but I feel like it, of the things that I have ready to go, that was the one where I was like, this might be the most appealing, I think, for a general audience.
So as far as Spades' origin story goes, I don't want to speak too much so that I don't contradict something that you're about to say. However, for those who haven't listened to our episode on Hellfire, you should. But if you haven't, one of the last things that you actually said was that Hellfire had a direct involvement in you deciding that now was the time to go after Spades. But I'm also very aware that Spades used to have another name before you worked on it a bit, of ClickBoom. And that's been around for even longer. So would you care to explain the origin of Spades in your own words, please?
Yeah. Actually, I started writing a few of the scenes for Spades when I was on Power Rangers. I was, like Jason Frank and I have always like tried to do a film, even just a short. And so I had like created a bunch of these little action ideas and stories, and occasionally I would present one to him. And I did. I came up with a few, like some of the finale stuff and ideas that were in this one. And I remember showing him or talking about it to him, and he was like, yeah, that's cool, whatever. Didn't always really land with him, so I was like, he doesn't really get it yet, or I'm not explaining it well. So that was a long time ago. And then I think, we had always run into each other, here and there, either at a convention or somewhere. And then he would always say, man, I want to do a film. Why aren't we doing a film? I ended up writing a totally different film called Blue Sun and sent that to him. And he was, into that idea. And he was like, yeah, but how are we going to do all this stuff? The thing with Jason Frank is he didn't know anything about film production, And so in my head, I'm like, well, I know how to do it, but I don't know if I know how to explain to you that I know how to do it, And so it Blue Sun was something that he was like, this is great, but I just don't see how we can make it happen. There's maybe too much visual effects. And then I was like, all right, fine. And then so I wrote another one. I wrote another story, and it was called Boom, Click, Boom. I think I finally had the first draft in like 2015, and I'd sent that to him, and he loved it. But he couldn't say the name Boom, Click, Boom for some reason. He kept messing it up, and saying Click, Click, Boom. That's I really like this about Click, Click, Boom. And then I was like, well, it's Boom, Click, Boom. And then like at some point we looked up, or I looked up boomclickboom.com, and then it was like some X-rated site. and then it was like, wait a second, I don't know if we could use that. I eventually acquired the website for Boom Click Boom years later. But anyways, it was like he couldn't say it, so we ended up changing it to Click Boom because it was much easier for him to say. And he was ready to move on that. Let me see if I can go through the path, though. There's a whole lot to get to that because he was into it, but then it was like, how are we going to do it? We still need quite a bit of money to make this thing happen. And I felt like it was David Wald actually was going to, who shot Love Like Bullets, was going to direct. And, we tossed around this idea of doing this for a very long time. And there's so many elements in there that Jason Frank liked. Sorry, it's because I have to go through all of this in my head. But
Fine,
this is what
Don't worry
happened.
about it.
And so David Wald was set to do it, but then the order came along. So Karen and David Fielding had written this idea. They wanted to do like bring in a bunch of the Power Rangers and have them kind of fight each other. And I was like, that's kind of a cool concept. I really like that. And they kind of like gave me some ideas, and then I was like, all right, well, let's. And I had asked, like, what do you want to do? Like, is the script that I read? I was like, there's a lot of action in there. Can we do some things? And she was like, whatever. Let's make a trailer, and we're gonna use that. And so I kind of wrote a trailer based off of the ideas I saw in the script. That kind of became the thing, and then so I brought David Wald in to direct that, and that was. Oh, and then, Jason Frank was supposed to play the character I was doing on there. I'm trying not to go on too many tangents because I can. But then he had to think about it, and then he eventually was like, no, I can't do it. And then he saw the trailer. And when he saw the trailer, he was upset, I think at himself. He was like, how did you guys do all that? And I was like, what are you talking about? I mean, I've brought David in and we have a great action team, behind it. It's like, of course we can do it. And he's like, yeah, I just didn't think that you guys would be able to pull it off. And then I had like an issue with it, and I had a bunch of red flags, and I was like, can we adjust this? Can we do this? And that me sending out an email that said, that kind of stuff, like, hey, can we fix this? Can we have this person play this or this person do that? And that was not received well. And so I just had to take myself out of that project.
Yeah.
And once that happened, Jason Frank was like...
pause there for 2 seconds, because I just want to add before I forget. Those 2 trailers that you did, I can't put into words how good of an idea that actually was. And the fact that they had you and David Wald behind the camera and Dan Southworth doing the fights, I will never understand what the hell happened there in terms of like what we can talk about publicly, because I also know some other stuff. For example, Dan was gone long before you were for, sounds like similar reasons. And
from that project?
Yeah.
Well, I could add clarity to that. And again, this might be a different project or a different interview altogether. But yeah, I convinced Dan to do it. I'd worked with him on, obviously, Broken Path, and I worked with him in Japan on Devil May Cry. And I saw in him just a brilliant, not just physical, performer, stunts and stuff, but like as an actor, and he's just good. He has a lot of great ideas. I brought him into it. And then he was, during the shoot, there were some issues, and, and he was like, dude, I don't know, man. And he's like, I'm only going to do this because of you. But as soon as he caught wind of like me thinking I was like, hey, I don't know. He was like, I'm already like out the door, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was unfortunate the way it worked out. And I think it was mostly just a misunderstanding, misunderstanding of even just me just saying, I think we need to adjust a few of these things so that we can. My biggest red flag was like, after shooting that trailer, talking with David, it was like, dude, this is going to be a really hard shoot. How are we going to get through this? And that's when I was like, me and him sat down. We're like, if we did these things, we can probably make it happen. And so when I sent that, like the ideas of what we can do, it just didn't come across well, or it wasn't received well. And maybe it was just maybe because I didn't sugarcoat it. I was just like, we need to do this, 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 and this. Otherwise, I don't know how we're going to make this film happen. And that just wasn't received well. And it's no blame to them or anything like that. It's just stuff like this does happen. Well, if I continue, so then Jason Frank was working with had worked with Bat in the Sun and shot some of their what was it, like him as a ranger doing stuff like
Yeah,
Green Ranger
yes.
versus something or
The,
whatever,
the
right?
White
And so,
Ranger versus Scorpion and the Green Ranger versus Ryu.
right, which one of them he had me come in,
Yeah, Green
the Green
Ranger.
Ranger one, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
yeah.
then
In the
but
alternate
I
ending
was
that you now can't find anywhere.
right. Well, it was like I kept saying, Jason was like, "Hey, we're gonna throw you in at the end," and I was like, "Why? Why do you want? Why am I gonna? What do you mean? I don't need to be in it." He's like, "No, no, no, come on in." And then I show up and I meet, Aaron and the rest of the guys, and I'm like, "Oh, this is cool." And it was kind of a cool shoot. But then Jason was like, "Here, just kind of do an alternate ending thing," and I was like, "All right," but it wasn't like, like this planned out thing. It was like I'm just gonna like make up some lines, I guess, and added some like spoofy stuff and was just playing around and I of course thought, I don't know why I'm here, unless you're gonna do some real radical kind of thing where you're combining not only the Black Ranger but Ichigo or something into one blend. That might be kind of cool, but it didn't make sense for me to be there, I didn't think. But Jason really wanted me there. Mainly, I think, to meet the guys at Bat in the Sun. And so, because then after that, he was like, we are planning to do this Green Ranger series thing. And oh man, I can go on a whole other tangent on this too. I had written I won't go into it, but anyways.
Later.
Then, yeah, there's just so much in there. Like I had written this other thing that was like a post. So when I was coming up with ideas, Blue Sun and even Boom Click Boom, Jason wanted to. I just said I wasn't going to go into it. I started going into it. Jason wanted to do like, he was like, yeah, but they don't know us from anything other than Power Rangers, so if we could do something like that, like us after Power Rangers. And I was like, okay, yeah. And then so I wrote a short, and I didn't want to write a full script again because he's just hasn't been into it or not committed to him. And so I wrote this post Power Ranger thing called Aftermath. And then I pitched him that idea, and I didn't hear anything for it. Like, there was no response. And I was like, oh, okay. So anyways, years later, then they're thinking about doing this Green Ranger series. They bring me in, and then over a very long time, it shifted. And I was seeing elements of this story that I had like pitched to him a long time ago, and even him kind of saying, we're going to call it Aftermath. And I was like, wait a second, is he pulling my leg or is he pulling the stuff from what? Like, I was a little confused. I thought he was joking at first, but then I thought, this kind of thing happens, you talk about something and then it becomes their idea. It truly was, there were a lot of things that he had added that were his own ideas. And I was like, okay, this is a different thing. Not entirely, but, enough. And then eventually, long story short, it became Legend of the White Dragon. I got brought in to work on that. And I helped with the trailer on that. And we did the Kickstarter. A lot of stuff happened there. And then...
One thing I do want to add, though, because I've said this till I'm blue in the face and people don't always believe me. You did all of the promotional stuff for the Kickstarter with your own money to do those animated vignettes and get people to come in and voice the characters. Because I've said that to a few people and they just don't believe me. And I've had to find where you said that on like an Instagram live from like 6 years ago.
Right. Yeah, there's been some time. Like, there's a lot of that where I've also kind of just not talked about it.
Yeah.
Because like, I don't want... Like, I don't think it makes anyone look bad, but I think it just kind of maybe makes them feel like it makes them look bad. I mean, it's all part of it, and it's like, yeah, I mean, and I've done this all the time. I even did this, I think I mentioned this in Hellfire. I spent $200 on my own to like borrow some guy's car, so that we can, shift into, hey, we need to do this and shift gears because we're not going to have a plane or whatever.
You said shift into, and that was not the word.
I know. I caught myself.
Yeah.
Shift into turbo, we have to. We had to morph.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, so with that, oh right. No, the vignettes, absolutely. I ended up, well, in that the trailer, like there were four owners, in that. And it was Jason, Frank, Aaron's dad, and myself. There's 4 parts. We each paid $5,000 to get the trailer done. And then, yeah, I did spend a couple $1,000s more, but it was like outside. It wasn't like, hey, you guys owe me. It was like, I think we need to do like some vignettes, some stories. So I found an artist, a couple different artists, and then I had, a couple animatics put together that would kind of like give some backstory to the characters, things that I had in my version of the script, just kind of like tease the audience, but they didn't want to release it until after the Kickstarter was announced, which to me I had a problem with because I had done Kickstarter before, I mean, I was familiar with other, like I've never run it. And so I didn't know, like I was like, hey, you guys are looking this information up. You guys are more aware of how this works. So if you say we're not going to do anything, we're just going to announce the Kickstarter and go from there, fine. But for me, in my mind, I thought, we should show these animatics first, right? To get people excited for this, possibly, and so they didn't. They did it backwards way. They wanted to, hey, we're doing a Kickstarter, and then they released those. But I think they just wanted to have some content, but I felt like there wasn't enough preparation to get people excited for it.
There wasn't,
but
that's
just
a whole separate debate.
It is a different debate because, hindsight as well, but
yeah, if we're being nice, hindsight, but bearing in mind
well, clearly it was not the right way to do it.
I want to just clarify. I have seen a lot of movies over my lifespan, and at one point I was very, well, I don't know if you noticed, but this copy of Death Grip has your signature on it. I backed this movie.
It does have you backed it?
Yeah, I didn't just, I hate saying this because it sounds so egotistical. I did back it, yes. I was the single largest individual backer.
Right on.
And I really don't mean that to sound egotistical or arrogant or anything like that. It was just that I really, really believed in the project. And at the time, I had a lot of money that I could do that with. So that was fine. But part of the reason why I had no problem backing this, not just because I knew you and I knew Eric, the campaign that they put together was actually informative. And I have seen so many, not just Legend of the White Dragon's first Kickstarter attempt, but I've seen so many other movies and actors who don't understand that Kickstarter and Indiegogo is not pitching to an investor. You can't hold stuff back from an audience if you're also asking them to give you money. And almost every project that's tried to do that never gets anywhere, whether it's a film or even a video game, which I know you also work on. And I remember I looked at Legends of the White Dragon's Kickstarter page, and I distinctly remember saying to people in my circle, it's not going to get funded, and I hate that it won't. And it didn't. And we're not going to talk about this, but I said...
Yeah, well, I don't think we need to go into it too deep.
No, not that. What I'm about to say. I knew that the second one wouldn't get funded either, but when it did, it's because a lot of the stuff on their page was incorrect.
Yeah, I mean, they still had me up on there.
Yes, there are still people to this day that believe you're in it. I literally spoke to one 2 days ago.
I get asked constantly at conventions, and this is probably really my biggest gripe about that, is because I didn't want to crap on the project, after, I don't even know if, like, just the way, I mean, I should probably just continue.
You should. I would recommend
without so it was, we had done that, and then obviously we did not reach that goal, right? Which the goal in my head, because Jason and I were talking about, we wanted to shoot Boom, Click, Boom, and in my head I was like, we could probably do this this is going to sound like a ridiculous amount. I was like, we can maybe do this for like $60,000, man. I think we can shoot this film for 60. And then when we went over to Legend of the White Dragon, it has a whole lot more special effects and visual effects and stuff. And so that was in my head. I'm like, all right, if I'm doing it, it's probably going to cost us 125,000, maybe 150. And then that eventually, after talking with Matt and the Sun and Aaron and how they ran their thing, it seemed like it was probably going to end up costing at least 250. And then, but we still thought that's doable. That we could probably reach that. But then Aaron informed us that was, yeah, but that's not a full feature film. That was like maybe a 30, 45 minute, kind of short film. And I was like, wait, what? We can't do that. And I think it's all like the path that he goes. Like I've worked on many different, like I said, Stray and these other little projects I tried to get off the ground that, didn't, well, although we did finish Of Like Bullets for $2,000. But I was like, okay, so maybe it's not going to look super polished, but we could still get it done. But then that ended up, long story short, it ended up being a $500,000 ask, I believe, for a feature film. And I thought, all right, well, I didn't feel like we could do it. That seemed like a big, especially without prepping people. And that was one of the things that kind of made me go, we don't have enough stuff. Let me shoot these vignettes to get people excited about it. Again, they did it. And long story short, we didn't reach that goal. And Jason got really upset about that. Really upset about like us not getting the goal, because in his mind it made him look bad, but also like he had a bunch of he just had a bunch of issues, and so he got really mad with Aaron and Bat in the Sun, and then was like, screw it, let's shoot ClickBoom. And I was like, are you sure? And he was like, let's do it. We'll and then that's when I talked to David Wald, but he was like, he wanted to do it, but then it just, timing was probably not going to work out. And so it's like, oh shoot, I can't bring David. So then Jason had a bunch of guys that he had worked with in Texas, like in the same town that he's at, that shot like some of his like whatever poetry stuff. Yeah. And I had seen a couple of those, and they looked good. The cinematics, the lighting, and they knew what they were doing, right? And so he was like, I got people, and I was like, yeah, but I got action people. Like, how are we going to get all those people into this thing? And anyways, sorry for these very long-winded answers, because I'm also kind of like, how deep do we want to go? Long story short, we set up 2019 for about a year, maybe 10 months to 12. I'm prepping this thing. And we all know Jason now. We all know that Jason had issues. But everyone that knew him knew that there were these problems and these potential issues. He'd run hot and cold with everyone. He was like a brother to me, though, and so I had prepped, and of course I live in California, with these guys that were in Texas, out over email and text and over the phone, just getting things set up. And Jason put in $30K for that. Man, I'm going to let you know all of it. And then he was worried that I wasn't going to put in $30K of my own money. And so $30K pre-production, those guys spent the money on whatever they needed to find the right people. And of course, you got to think about locations and all this other stuff. And lens rentals, and everything else. And so I then, he kept calling me and said, you're going to put in $30K, right? And I'm like, yeah, of course, I'm flying in. I'm going to give him, because he didn't want a paper trail. It's like, paper trail? What does it matter? It's like, who cares? Like, we're just putting in money, we have to, this is the way we got to do it. He's like, well, I just want to make sure you're going to do it. And I'm like, I'm going to do it. And so I flew out, I gave the guys $30,000, and then we had prepped everything. And then Jason Frank would call, we would have meetings every week or 2 weeks. And Jason would have a list of questions, because he was in charge. It was his film, it was me just kind of supporting him. I was in there, obviously, as a character. It was a slightly different story. The skeleton was there, but it was more of a buddy film, and there's actually 3 characters that intertwined in that film. But then I consolidated that into Spades. This is a long way to get to Spades, but sorry about that.
It's fine.
And so it's just what it is. And so Jason would come in and he would have a list of questions, and we would answer those questions. We would figure it out. Where are we going to get the cop cars? Where are we going to get this person? Who's going to play this? And then we would do that. Towards the end there, As we're getting towards December and we're going to shoot in January, he starts asking the same questions. And then each time was like, hey, we already went over these. Are you good? And I could tell something was wrong. But he wasn't like really letting me know. And he was like, what about this? And what about, and then I kind of felt like, is this insecurities? He's like, hey, I don't know if I can do the fight scenes. Who are we going to have to do the fight scenes? And I was like, well, if you can't throw a punch, we'll have a stunt double come in, you know? And so he was like, we can do that? And I'm like, of course we can do that. You know, we can bring in a stunt guy. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I was confused, and he would kept asking the same questions, like each time we would meet. And, at one point I was talking with the guys that were head of production over there in Texas. And he's like, I need to really start focusing on the film. I've been answering all these questions that are the same. What do I do? And I was like, well, just have him ask me or the, the assistant director, and then you just focus on getting whatever you need to get done. And Jason did come back and asked him a few questions. I wasn't a part of it, or I missed it because it was over Christmas. And then next thing I know, Jason is just upset. He's like, I'm out. I'm done. Help me get my money back. And I was like, whoa, what do you mean you're done? You know, the money is spent. You know, they've already spent half the money. And he was like, I'm done. And I kept saying, dude, just talk to me. Let me know what's going on. I'm sure there's a way we can work this out, you know. And I was completely lost. And this is, again, I don't want to go into too much detail because it was really hard for me to accept that he would do that, you know. And then I was like, and he was just really adamant that he wanted to get his $30K back. And then I was fine because the production was like, hey, they're sending their assistant to come pick up the $30K, but his $30K was spent. I have yours. Do you want me to just give him your $30K? And I was like, yeah, just give him my $30K, and then I'll try to smooth it over and see if, you know, things are going to be okay. And then it wasn't. And he picked up that $30K. And again, I'm saying all this because he was bipolar, and everyone knows now. But they didn't really know the kind of things like he would run hot and cold, you know, and you wouldn't know where he was at. And he brought up a bunch of issues that really kind of bothered me and put me in a really terrible place. And I had to go. And then he said a few things that really hurt me too. He's like, don't worry about it, man. It's only $30K. You'll make the money back. You know, just cancel it. And I was like, but what are you talking about? I got a family, I got kids, you know, $30K is $30K. It's a lot of money. And it hurt me that he thought that it was just nothing, you know, like it didn't mean anything. And he was trying to blow it off. And that's where I was thinking he's on something, you know, because he's not acting like himself. You know, he's acting very selfish and it doesn't care that he's kind of put me in a terrible position over the holidays. Thankfully, I reached out to all my actors and production. I was like, look, I know the $30K is spent and we can't get it back. What money can we salvage? Can we return the lens rentals? And and so they started working on that. And then I called all my actors and I was like, we can't do the film now, unfortunately, but I want to try to shoot something else. Would you be into it? And a couple actors bailed. But most of them were like, okay, sure. Do you know what we're going to do? And I was like, no, but I have 1 week to come up with a new idea, and that's what we're going to do. And so a lot of people were like, okay, fine. And we scrambled, and it was hard. And I started to come up with a whole different concept in that 1 week. And Kyle Higgins reached out to me to wish me, you know, whatever, Merry Christmas or a Happy New Year or whatnot. And I was kind of just explaining what I was going through. And he had gone through a similar thing with Jason. And I was like surprised. I was like, oh, this has happened before? And I had heard other things like that. Since he knew what that felt like, because he had gone through a similar experience, he was like, what's your story? And so I pitched him my story, and he's like, that's pretty good. He's like, maybe you should go sci-fi with it, though. And in my head, I'm like, all right, sci-fi. But I was so wrapped up in so many emotions already and just scrambling to get the story something to shoot that I was like, all right, yeah, sure. And then so I kept writing it. And then a couple days later, he's like, what do you got so far? And I sent it to him. He's like, it's still not sci-fi, man. And I'm like, I know, but I don't, I'm like, I got to scramble. I got to write this thing down. He's like, well, give me a day or two on it. And so him and Brian came in. They kind of like just shifted it to sci-fi. And I was like, okay, that works. But it wasn't complete. It was just an idea, It was like, again, just a few pages. But that's what we were going to use to shoot, and I was going to write the rest of the ending as we were going to shoot. And so that ended up becoming Ark Exitus, which is our 40-minute short, And so we ended up shooting that, and that was a crazy shoot, a nightmare. The production there they were like, hey, you should probably just not do this. I know it's a lot of money, but maybe we're able to salvage, I think it was like $12,000. So maybe that way you're not losing as much money. And I'm like, but I'm already flying in. The DP quit just when I was like about to show up. It's like, can you hang on to him? Nah, he's done. He said he doesn't want to teach somebody how to direct. And then I was like, well, he doesn't even know me. He doesn't know that I know how to do things. So we were losing people, and I basically said, and very simply, I said, look, if you just give me tomorrow, because we were supposed to shoot the next day, just give me tomorrow. Let me show you what I can do. And we went. And Kyle, I remember, we were shooting an action scene, and Kyle was like, shoot something easy. And I was like, well, the action is easy for me. That's where I'm really comfortable. And then, so I ended up shooting, some action, the chase sequence, the opening, right? And that day, we were moving pretty fast. Every single day we finished early. But like we shot pretty fast. And I remember the crew, a couple of them were like, hey, why are you doing this? Because this, they didn't shoot action, really. And so they had a lot of questions. They weren't really sure. Some things didn't seem like, it was like questionable. But then that night I cut it together, what we had shot, and I sent it to them. And then they got it. And they were like, oh, okay. And so then day 2 came around, we shot that, and then it just became a thing where at the very beginning I had to prove myself a little bit, and then by the end of it, it was great. We had a really cool shoot. It wasn't at all what we planned to do. And so we took that 40-minute short, sent that off to festivals, and it started winning awards. And then that kind of made me think, oh man, maybe I can head a production. Maybe I can be in charge of this thing, and then, but it was that again was really hard because I felt like performance-wise as an actor, I wasn't there. I was so, just my mind was everywhere else.
Yeah.
And I'm talking a lot, so please cut me off if I'm talking about stuff too much and it's not going
good.
anywhere.
Like this is what we like.
And so I had, we started, like I said, winning awards, and that kind of gave me some confidence. We actually won some money and meetings with these guys that finance films or whatnot, and they were like,
feel free to tell me if I'm wrong, but didn't you win an award with Warner Brothers?
Well, it was not. Well, it was like connected. These guys worked on Warner Brothers projects. They funded Warner Brothers projects, and so the way it was presented to us was Warner Brothers something, and it was like, oh, okay, well, they're just using the words, but they did fund a bunch of films or whatever. And so they said, hey, this is great. And they were thinking of, because they did movies, they never did series. They were like, gave us a list of things to do, come up with a budget in your pitch, and then write us 3 seasons worth of this series, Ark Exitus. And then me, Polo, and Narvy, we were like, dang, 3 seasons? And then so I sat down and I wrote out a bunch, and then Narvy came and we sat and we wrote out, we finished this thing that they wanted us to do, write it, and complete the pilot episode, rewrite it, polish it, and then write 3 seasons worth. And we wrote 3 seasons worth of a series, and it's really cool. And I gave it to them and I said, all right, go to work. And they sat on it for a year. They kept saying, oh yeah, we're about to go in to meet with these guys. And then, oh, Netflix isn't doing any outside projects now. There's always some kind of excuse. And maybe it was true, but it was like, it just felt like, man, we did all that work and now you're just sitting on it, And then finally it got to the point where the guy said that it's a series, and if it was a film, we could sell it. And I said, oh, hang on a second. It took you a year to tell me that what I gave you now is not good enough. But if it was a film, a feature film, then you could sell it. And they're like, yes. And I said one more time, if I gave you a feature film, could you sell it? And they said, let me check with my guys in London. And then he came back and he's like, yep, they can sell it. And so I was like, okay. So I revisited Boom, ClickBoom. And I was thinking about it, but I thought, I just don't know if I can pull it off. It's a lot. And who can I bring in? How much is it going to cost? It just seemed impossible. I wasn't sure. And then a lot of things happened. Then Hellfire came along, and it was like, oh, it's kind of nice. I can go do this little thing for a brief amount of time. But ended up, I had so much more responsibility when I was there, and then elevated my character. And then so I had so many aspects of myself. And I remember thinking to myself, like, don't phone it in like Ark Exitus. That was a nightmare. Let's make sure that when you're there to be the character, you're the character. And when you're there to be the stunt choreographer, you help out and you do that. Whatever you're called to do it 110%. And so I did it, and it was extremely exhausting. And I saw, even on that low budget project, so many things where I was like, this could have been done like this, or this could, like, a lot of things, not necessarily I want to say bad things, but there were red flags throughout that I was like, I think I would have done this. Or like my instinct on a bunch of these things were like to do this. And then when there's like again, problem solving, we don't have a plane, you can go and do that. And you still would have had a decent thing. Maybe it wouldn't have been the plane, but it would have served its purpose.
Yeah.
It still looked good. And so after that, I thought, you know what, I think I can do a film. And that's when I circled back again on Boom, ClickBoom, took a look at the script, and I remember talking to Narvy about it. And then he was like, because it was like 3 characters, and he's like, well, maybe you just consume 2 of these characters into one, or all of them into one. And I thought, that's impossible. and then it took me maybe a few days to go, wait a second, I think I can do that. And so I did. I consolidated the character into one, which eventually I split into 2, sort of. And so, yeah. And then so I just kind of hammered out some of these ideas, and I kind of punched up the script a little bit. And I then approached it with like a very limited budget, even less. And I guess at this point now, since I sold it, I can talk about it. It cost me $50K. Now that's 2.5 years of me doing work for free, and it's all my own money. So I don't owe anyone. And if it's terrible, it's all my own fault, for putting in only $50K. And so
terrible.
that was right. But it was, so ultimately, yeah, it probably would have cost $250,000 if I was paying people to do the stuff that I was doing for free. It also would have been a lot shorter. So that's just, if we circle back on some of the other things when, I was talking about like Batting the Sun saying it was going to cost $250 or whatever or more, that all makes sense, because I was doing all of that for free, and I was just funding it. So yeah, bringing in other people, it certainly would have. And I paid everyone. Everyone got paid. They didn't get paid top dollar, but they got paid a comfortable enough to where where they were like, okay, I can do this. And it was a light set, it was hard. It was still hard, especially for like Polo and Keita, who was running cameras with me, and even Narvy, because he had to not only act, but he had to be there for all the behind the scenes stuff and make sure we were running, because it was just us, really. The crew was no bigger than 8, really, even including cast at a time. You couldn't have more than 8, because if you did have more than 8 people on set at a time, they charge you double the rate. And so that increased the amount. Obviously, I was like, well, how can I shave this down? And so if I had like 8, then I would release actors or even like makeup or somebody, say, all right, you're good to go. And then I would bring in whoever else I needed for that, so that I was always at 8 or less. And many times it was less. So yeah, it was, we shot 17 days, all our actors. And I tried to squeeze in a little bit of action on like our final day, but it just wasn't, it was more of a like, let's see if we can make it work. But then it was kind of rushed and I was like, yeah, all right, I'm going to do what I originally planned, which is a setup. And there was like another, like 9 days, I guess, to do all the action stuff.
That's a pretty good
And
shoot,
so,
just as a heads up. I've spoken to people that do the entire movie in 10 days. Like,
right. Yeah, no, it was like even with Ark Exitus, we had 30 days. We didn't use like full day, even on Spades, we didn't use full days, but I had 30 days, but with that amount of time, even with Ark Exitus, I had a 40-minute film, and I was kicking myself because I kept thinking, if I had gone the full days, I probably could have had a full feature film, if I had like hammered out the rest of the story or whatnot, but we didn't have it then. And so Spades was really kind of it was using less days, and we had a feature film. In fact, the first cut was almost 3 hours long. it was so long. It was like, it was like 2 hours and 45 minutes, and there's so much in there. And I was like,
I look forward to the director's cut.
No, I'm not going to release that version.
The Johnny Yong Bosch cut, ladies and gentlemen. Get it trending on Twitter right now.
No. So yeah, so that long story, that's how Spades came about. And that's how we got to this point.
I'm really happy that you did go into that depth. But yes, that was a really long story. So I'm really...
It's a long story, but it's how it came about.
I just want to clarify. Is there like a time you need to leave? Because I'm now actually genuinely worried we may hit it.
I'm good. No, I'm good. Just wanted to double check what I had today, but nothing today. Like I don't have to like do any voiceover today, thankfully. And I knew it was going to, like I had a screaming session video game yesterday, which won't come out for a couple years, but people are going to be excited about. Little plug there. But they won't even remember. But
I will.
Yeah, it's a ton of screaming. But then I knew I needed this day, so I didn't plan anything else. I have things I have to get done by the end of the day, so we got time. So we're good. But it was a long story, sorry. The shortest version would have just been, it was called Boom, Click, Boom. I wrote it back in 2015, and then I changed it a little bit, and here we are.
To be honest.
But you won't get the full path of really what kind of made it. Like, it's a journey.
Yeah.
And even what I went over with you just now is not even the full weight of the story and all the ups and downs, that we went through, all of it, even shooting Spades, but like in every step of the way and all those other projects that kind of helped really empower me or infuse this kind of like, I need to get something done. I need to shoot a film, I need to get one film out, that I keep saying I'm going to do, and something happens and it falls through or fails or whatever. I need to do one. So it's not to make any of those other things that didn't come through look bad, but those things, because of that, led me to this. My voiceover career is because of things going wrong, and I stumbled into voiceover. So it all leads up to it. And so, you can look back and you can say some of those things are bad or some of those things are negative, right? Extreme highs. Where I had to dub my entire self throughout that film. Thankfully, the producer happened to hear me and was also working on anime. So yeah, I just needed to get a film done. And so I'm really glad that we got this one done. It is about 2 hours long, even though I cut as much out as I possibly felt I could. It's been doing well at the festivals. So I'm really happy about that, because you don't know. You just work on something and then you hope for the best. And people are going to, well, because it's low budget, it's going to be like, it's low budget. They're going to poop on it or whatever. But
yeah,
man, I did it. I made a film, and how many people have actually made a film on a micro budget,
Yeah.
And I'm not going around trying to say like to everyone, I spent only this, because truly it would have cost me probably $250 to get it all done. But because I carried, a lot of that on my own, it's possible,
But this is the thing people don't understand. And there's a lot I'm going to now fire back at you, and then I'm going to try and make this
All
make
right.
sense. But at the time we are recording this, you haven't seen my review, but it is done. I literally was trying to hit publish before we started talking so I could send it to you, but I just ran out of time. And one of the things I've actually written in the review is this isn't a low budget movie. This is a micro budget movie. And yet, there are numerous other movies that I've been sent to review, watched of my own free will, or have even done episodes on the show that are in the same ballpark as Spades. And I promise you, because at the time I didn't know the number, I wrote, I promise you, this movie's budget is missing zeros off of those other films' budgets, even though you think of them as low budget. They are low budget, but they're not compared to this. So the fact that the film festivals are loving it, the fact that it won Best Action Movie at New York Comic Con, for example, and I saw a bunch of Best Action
New
Movies,
York
Best
Film Festival.
Mystery. Yeah, sorry, not Comic Con. Thank you, New York Film Festival. God, and the fact that I watched it, and it's even like because I want to talk about this at some point, but one of the biggest sort of bugbears that a lot of us have with the way that action films have become is the reliance on visual effects to simulate what we used to just do practically. And one of those things that is really poor when done badly are muzzle flashes, digital blood, digital bullets, and all that stuff. And there are some shots in Spades that I know are done digitally, but they look better than movies that I know have like $1 to $2 million budgets. I don't. For me, it's like you said, there are going to be people who are going to watch this and go, "Oh, it's a low budget action movie. I don't get why you like it so much." It's like because you're not appreciating the amount of work and craft that went into it in order to make it, and that's fine. Not everybody has to, but I promise you, most of the people that I vibe with are the same people, and I don't even know if you know this, who got Broken Path trending on Twitter a few years ago with hashtag Free the Broken Path, because we are determined to get that thing a proper release one day. And I guarantee you they are all going to appreciate this. And I hope that that translates into financial success. I don't know if it will, but I'm saying it now. This is every bit as good as at least a good DTV action movie, and that's not a negative. Some of the best action movies are Scott Adkins movies. They're all DTV action movies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, it is what it is, really. And I knew that obviously going in, but it was like, how can we push the boundaries of it visually, through the story that will kind of like to where even if somebody's watching it and they know in the back of their mind that this is an extremely low budget film, but I want them to forget that in times. I want them to go like,
Yeah.
and then maybe at the end of it kind of go like, how the heck did they do that? You know? And even now, like for me, when I watch, there's so many things that I'm like, I had no choice. I had to do it this way because of time, or whatever else. So there are plenty things where if I had a little more money, a little more time, and less limitations, would have obviously made it better. But I just needed to get it done under this budget for a number of reasons. Also because people kept telling me that it's impossible to do. And I'm stubborn. And so when somebody, when I say I wanted to shoot, something for $50K, a feature film, they're like, well, it's not going to be great. I'm like, I think that you can make it. Just depends on the story and perspective,
It also depends on the people you get involved.
Absolutely. Everyone that I had in there, maybe there's two of them, pretty much everyone, they were just down to play. they were ready to go, and they wore multiple hats without even really asking, stunt guys who would come in and they could leave when they're done, but they're like, I'm going to hang out. I'm going to help move some stuff. And because they kind of believe in the process and the art and so that's the kind of thing that I really appreciate just in general for all the people that came in and worked on it. They gave more than they were supposed to, and or was asked of them. And it made it a great project, because of the people I surrounded myself with. And I think, and I'm hoping that it pays off, and it's nice with the festivals and winning some of these awards, but I hope it translates into something more. I hope that it can lead to a better funded, if it doesn't, I'm going to do it myself, but hopefully it leads to a better funded project where I can bring everybody back in. If not, it's going to be a similar budget, and everybody's going to come back in. So I'm kind of like hoping to see where this really goes once it hits platforms and, we can get the word out and, filter through all the negative reviews to see, hopefully get enough good ones in there,
I do have a question for what you just said, but before I do, I'm just going to rewind a little bit back to some of what you said over the last hour. I'm very happy that you mentioned Blue Sun because I remember that being announced. I remembered making some artwork for it when I was still doing my happy little I'm in a forum making fan art
Really?
stuff. Yes. I did a forum signature where I edited in something of yours and something of Jason's, and I did some stuff for Blue Sun, and so many people asked me what the hell that was, and I was like, it's a movie that they're making, and then it never happened. So that the fact that you mentioned it is great because I've said this to people recently that I'm pretty sure ClickBoom came from the Blue Sun, and everyone's like, what are you talking about? And I've looked and I cannot find any of the articles that originally informed me about Blue Sun. There is still an article about ClickBoom on the hashtag show, but it doesn't mention Blue Sun, so I remember that as well. So it was just nice that I was going to mention Blue Sun, and then you mentioned it about a second before I did. So I was like, yes.
Yeah, it was another project that it's still one that I revisit every once in a while and add things to. I have a ton of different stories and scripts that are like in various different,
Stages of development,
outcomes or stages. Yeah. And so that's one that I always kind of revisit and look at and go like, I still think this could be kind of a neat project. But yeah, Jason Frank, what he would do a lot is like he would, and I was always like, don't say anything now. He would always be like, we're working on this, or it's done, like boom, he wanted to say was like complete and in the can. And I'm like, but it's not. And he's like, don't worry about it. And I'm like, no, I mean, I want to get it done, but let's get it done first.
He used to say that he either was doing, had done, would soon be releasing a movie with Don the Dragon Wilson called Sci-Fighter 2. I have checked every contact I have. As far as I could tell, that movie doesn't exist, but my God, I wish it did.
Yeah. I think there were a lot of things that he had, like, even if I think back of some of the other films that he was maybe working on and I never saw, but I maybe even saw like images of him on set or something, but I never really saw them, or they never ended up coming out or whatnot. So
yeah, but that
I
you have that
certainly
as
heard
well.
those
Like I
stories.
remember you posted a photo with Esteban Cueto and said we reunited on set for the first time since Hellbinders. What was that for?
Oh, that was actually for Reverie. That was an NBC series.
Oh, okay.
So I did end up posting that. But yeah, so we did, yeah, but it wasn't a film. It was a series, and I got Randy Hall actually called me in. He's like, "Hey, you might have some acting. You got to do some stuff with the main number one of the project. So there's some action stuff there. So I want somebody who can act because you're gonna get close-ups probably." And so he brought me in on that, and yeah, that was kind of neat too, playing kind of a bad guy again. And so I keep getting these bad guy roles whenever I get brought into other projects. I got this other script that came in, and There's a couple characters they toss me, and the better one is the villain, and I'm like, do I want to keep doing that? Like, I need to play like a good guy again. It just feels better.
Yes.
But
Just before we change topic, because if I don't say it, I'll forget. But I'm gonna preface this by saying apologies if this is going too far. I've done this in the past with, and most people don't have an issue with it. But something that you said when you were talking about Jason and Frank, you went into a lot of stuff, and you mentioned that he's bipolar, which again we all do know now. And
right.
one of the things you said is that he's like a brother to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very aware that you also had a brother. So, as somebody who's also dealt with cancer, who also has a lot of mental health difficulties, both in the family and with me, I'm very sorry that you had to go through all of that. It's a very difficult thing for people who've never experienced to truly get how very, very challenging it is to have people in your life that make decisions that just do nothing but hurt you. So, genuinely, I'm sorry that you had to experience all of that, but I'm also really glad that you're talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for saying that. I did lose my brother to cancer, and I, lost Jason to, self-harm, and so, and that's not it. I mean, everyone goes through, and I've gone through many. I don't talk about this a lot either, but when I was younger, I was kidnapped. And so everyone goes through stuff. I've gone through a lot of different things in my life, and I think it's kind of obviously helped develop who I am now. And so, yeah, it's hard to go through things, but it does. I appreciate going through the hard things because it does connect me to people. And I think that's the most important thing. And that's one of the main reasons why I enjoy going to conventions, is because I do get to connect with people, and many of them have these exact stories, where they've watched a series with, a family member, and then they lost their family member, or they watched it. And I've heard this so many times, the same story where they've watched Bleach, or even the new Devil May Cry series when they were in the hospital, fighting cancer. And so it's a beautiful thing that art can connect people. But then circling back on Jason Frank, yeah, there's just a lot, that, I mean, everyone knows now,
Yeah.
But nobody really knows that everyone that knew him knew the struggles he was going through. And then our relationship with him individually was always push and pull, and we never knew if he was going to be, if things were cool or if things weren't cool, I mean, I did for a long time. Like, I was fine. Like, he really felt like he was a brother to me. He really was. And I knew I could count on him. And that's why it hurts so much when he kind of pulled out of the project at the last minute, because it just felt like, was I lying to myself?
Yeah.
That he was, like, or is it just the one side? Do I just care more about him than he cares about me? And so that hurts, but that's, you go through that in life, but then, I knew he was struggling with things. I knew he was bipolar because of things he said before. And I knew, and I pulled him out of this darkness a long time ago. He made promises that he would never, hurt himself because of his daughter and things like that. And so I was very angry when I heard about it, because he had pushed a bunch of us away. The people that would tell him, the kind of, we weren't yes men. I'm not a yes man, and so that's the thing, is like he pushed a lot of the people away that would say, hey, you need to not do this. You need to, whatever. And so once you surround yourself with only yes men and people, and I'm not saying like, because maybe we're going to think of specific people, but I know that he did do that. And then it kind of like fed into this darkness, I believe, but I wasn't there. And so there's guilt about that too, because I felt like, well, what if, even though he did all that, what if I I gave up on the 30K and shooting my Ark Exitus thing. What if I didn't do that? Then would we still be cool? And if he had an issue, so I think about that too. But at the same time, I'm like, well, he was definitely on something then too, because he was acting strange. So I don't know. It's one of those things that you kind of just go through, and it's part of life. That it's the darkness, the dark part of life, that we all kind of at some point struggle through in different ways. And so
It's actually
it's unfortunate.
just I'm going to very briefly swing it back to Spades, then swing back around to what you just said. But it's actually one of the things that I related to the most about watching Spades. It was the struggles that Detective Bishop has. Jason Narvy's portrayal of somebody with PTSD, of somebody who's experiencing flashbacks, of somebody who has this trauma, is unfortunately something that I can relate to, and people in my family. I've seen it from the outside looking in, and then eventually realized, no, I'm also experiencing it from the inside. And that took a long time to get diagnosed. And he plays that really well. And I think that a lot of the film does sort of center around how loss and trauma can affect our relationships with the people that we're closest to. And with what you just said, I fear that this is almost sounding like we're in a therapy session now, but I need to say this is everybody, including me, will sit there for eternity when something goes wrong and say, what if I'd done this instead? What if every decision I'd made contributed to this thing that happened that I wish hadn't? And in this specific instance, and it's the same with all instances, they'd have found a way. You might have been cool for a very brief period of time, but then you'd have found a different reason to push you away, because you only push away the people that you care about the most when you're in that dark place. People that stay, they stay because you don't care enough to push them away, to get them away from you. And it's a really, really reductive way of thinking, but I did it when I was really low and depressed and had similar thoughts. The people that could help you are the ones you seem to do the most damage to, and then they leave. And there's nothing you could do about it, and it's an easy thing to say, but it's not your fault. Nothing you did would have contributed in that way.
I know that's true. I mean, I dealt with my own depression, so I know exactly like what it's like on both sides of it. So, but you can't help but question.
Of course.
But yeah, it's how deep do you go into that? What's healthy? Anyways, we should probably talk about Spades.
Oh, I'm going to. That was right. I didn't anticipate that starting a new conversation. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, it's a long way. I mean, for me to get to how Spades actually came about. And then I probably will never talk about it in depth like this, or even deeper than this, really. But at some point you just gotta. It does help to talk through all of it, to get to. I think in this format too, because people are going to listen to this and probably want to really know, well, how did it come about?
Yeah.
Obviously my short answer would have just been yeah, it was something I wrote a long time ago, and then I decided to do it, after Hellfire, and that's the short answer. And it is true. It's just not the complete story.
Yeah.
And even this long-winded answer I gave you, there's still so much more detail in there. And so, again, I just want to say that I'm not trying to make anyone look bad, or myself, which I'll probably do. But it's just, I think we need to learn from all of it, or from our own mistakes. And that's how we get to where we are. And that's how I got Spades, is just kind of going through things. That's how I developed the story and the character. And, and there was a lot of stuff in there that I originally wrote this for Jason Frank. Because it was, and so you could see him playing that character throughout. But he was, again, it was a different script. So really he was both characters,
Yeah.
But again, it was slightly different. I have a whole lore, of stuff that, builds into it. If we ever get to a sequel, story things that happened in Afghanistan with those guys. And so
Do you know what?
they
Sorry
kind
to
of
cut
lead
you off
through it all.
again.
So
Those scenes that you shot in the flashback, whilst, yes, I know they weren't shot in Afghanistan, but I see a lot of movies do this where they have flashbacks to like being in a combat zone. This is probably one of the only times I've enjoyed the flashbacks because A, they looked good, but B, they actually served a purpose. I really liked the flashback stuff and kept thinking I wouldn't actually mind if there was more of the flashback, which I almost
yeah.
never say in these films.
Yeah, well, there was more in the original pass. Even in the script that we were shooting from, there were more things in it, but because of time, it was like I got to just let this be, what it is. We got to just cut to short flashbacks, and that was part of like there was the longer version for sure. And we did shoot some of the stuff, but it just made sense to cut a lot of it out. But thanks, man. Thanks for watching it. What was your review? Like, what would you give it? Do you do a thumbs up, thumbs down? How do you work it?
I don't give a score or a thumbs up. I just say my thoughts. And I know that people are going to say that my thoughts are biased because I'm a fan of you. I'm a fan of Jason Narvy. I don't care because, as I've tried to explain this to people before, some get it, some don't. I obviously have a pile of your movies here. I don't love all of them. I love most of them. The fact that I am such fans of you doesn't mean you get a free pass. If anything, it means I go in with a bigger analytical brush because I'm like, my opinion, and I'm really sorry, this is going to sound bad, but you and Jason Frank and a couple other guys who've been on Power Rangers, Dan Southworth, I don't understand. Well, I do understand in your case, but I don't understand why in general there isn't like a pathway from I was a martial arts actor on Power Rangers, here's the DTV action movie scene. Because for a time, I thought it was skill. Because in the early 2000s, you would only get people who were either coming off of big, like Hollywood movies that were maybe getting to the point in their career that they couldn't hold them, or you were getting guys coming in like a Michael Jai White. But literally, like any type of research will tell you that A, that was never true, but it's certainly not true now, and it hasn't been for a long time. There are DTV action movies made every year that, and I don't mean this in a negative way, Spades looks like a multi-million-dollar production in comparison to some of the stuff I get sent for review. And I've never understood why random guy with a bit of muscles can like get a 4 or 5 picture deal, and yet you, JDF, Dan Southworth in particular, because of how much he's worked, don't. Or they get stuck in a particular niche. So, yeah, my review is positive. Oh, sorry, that was the question.
All right, good.
One of the things I really liked about Ark Exitus, and from the sounds of it, I guess you already knew them, but you brought in a lot of stunt guys that primarily seem to work and live on YouTube. One of the main ones is the Carmen Ramen crew.
Yeah.
Did you already know them beforehand, or had you just seen their work and wanted to work with them?
No, I did. I did know them. Actually, the first time I think I met them was at a convention, but I'd seen their stuff before and I liked what they were doing. And I'm trying to think. Now, we did. Ark Exitus might have been the first thing that it was. It was the first thing that I actually brought them in on. But I had kind of already had open communication with them. And so because I couldn't get the guys I wanted to from LA, and I reached out to them because of the quality of stuff that they did, and I thought these guys get it, they I'm sure they'll just come in and just be ready to play, and sure enough they were. And then I got another group of guys from Colorado, Gary Choi and his group, and so a lot of people just came down, and it was like, hey guys, I don't know if we can do this anymore. Are you still willing to come out? They were all like, yeah, let's do it. And because of that, we were able to get it done. So that was the first thing that I brought them in on. But then I brought them in on another project called Owl Girl that we shot in New York.
Yes.
And then we shot Baku, but that didn't have any action stuff really. I mean, it did, but not like that. I needed like a team. And then and then it came down to this, and we just kind of want to keep this going. I'm just gonna bring them back each time, hopefully with bigger and better projects.
That's good. That's good because Carmen Ramen, like I've spoken to them many times. Like before you guys did Ark Exitus, they were over the moon to keep that secret. And when they could finally talk about it, I got a very excited message.
Yeah. They're good guys.
And I think it helps as well because there's another team of people that I know Carmen Ramen have worked with, although we won't talk about on what, and called the Art School Dropouts, and they're currently now working with Michael Jai White on some of his movies because they did the action for Trouble Man, which everybody went nuts over, saying this is the best he's been in ages, and it's because he did a similar thing to you. He saw their work on YouTube and couldn't believe that they're stuck making YouTube. Like no one will actually hire them, and I think that there's an awful lot of good action talent, of which I actually think yourself qualifies as well, because I've seen. I know you made the joke that the reviews for Hellfire aren't great, but if you read a lot of those reviews, they really like the final fight and the kitchen fight, and obviously you're credited with that. So
Yeah. That's the nice part about it. Why the thing is like I think I'm completely an afterthought in that, So it was kind of great to be a part of all that, but my name's not really promoted in any of the promotional stuff, which I was kind of surprised that they even asked me to do like an interview. I was like, oh, but I'm not, Did you get a chance to interview any of the mains?
no, the three people that were offered were Stephen Lang, Isaac Florentine, and you.
I was supposed to have some other ones, but I just don't know if I'll be able to have time because the voiceover is like
Chaotic from the sounds of it.
It's chaotic, yeah. So, and then I have a bunch of other personal projects, so today is also lined up for me to be able to do that. Otherwise, it would take 2.5 years to get anything done.
Yes. So speaking of, as far as Spades goes, then talk about the action, and then in the credits of the movie, I noticed there is no one credited as the choreographer or the action director. And obviously on Hellfire, you made a point of saying that you don't, you got the credit, but it's more of a team effort. So was that a deliberate thing on your part that everybody does the action together, no one person wears the crown?
100%.
Yeah.
Everyone, And then David Wald came in to help out with a lot of the action at the end, the warehouse stuff and exterior warehouse, but he was there in the hallway fight or whatever. I guess that's part of the warehouse. But, even just him visually, holding the camera is adding, like because he moves the camera different, But everyone there, even though I have like either in the script or an idea of some movements I want to see, I always ask, the stunt guys, what do you think about this? If I come at you like this, or throw me a couple moves and then, I'll do things, or what would you do after this? So it is always for me a team effort, Sure, it has to go through me, but it is a team effort, So it didn't feel right, or to find like one person, because it really wasn't. Everybody did their part and then some. Also, how much longer is the movie going to be if I start adding all these additional credits in there, And, but the main reason was because everyone, kind of helped out with everything that they were involved with, like, when, the Bishop fight outside the warehouse, that with, Teresa,
Yeah.
That was Brett and Vanessa. They choreographed that fight entirely themselves, and I was holding the camera and David Wald was holding the camera. So we were just like, all right, yeah, let's do this. Maybe there's adjustment here and there, but they mostly did that on their own. They came up with it, came back to us, and, we maybe gave our 2 cents, but they were involved in that, entirely. And I also like to give people that kind of responsibility because they're going to give you something new. In the inside where Lana fights those guards, when she's trying to escape, those guys came up with that fight. I said, come up with something. And then they came back with, an idea and a couple things here in the hallway, and I watched it and I was like, okay, yeah, we could do this. This works, whatever. Maybe a mild adjustment here or there, but they did that, And I like giving them a responsibility too. And because they're also going to add like a different level or a texture to it, or something and as long as it feels cohesive with the story and helps to build the progression in it. Like my biggest thing in a fight is that the story is extremely important. You can still do cool stuff, and there's a time when you just want to do cool stuff, in a fight, but you still need to have the story in it, and so that's one of my main things. Like I used to always, like especially in Power Rangers, what cool flashy thing can I do, or am I allowed to do here, or can I do this or that? It's like just do the coolest, flashiest thing you could think of in the moment, in the space, or whatever. But now it's like, well, if we're gonna do something like that, we got to have a reason for it, and I almost lean more into just make it dirty, or ugly. Fighting's not always pretty, And so kind of helps it to feel a little more realistic, I guess. But yeah, again, that's a long way of me saying, yeah, everybody
Yeah,
pitched in.
no, that's fine, because we can talk about the action for now before I talk about any of the characters, because I was going to ask you that very thing, because I picked up on that, and I think I say something in my review along the lines of it has moments where everything is fast, quick, clean, and efficient, but there are just as many moments where everything is a bit messier, it's more raw, and it's also a lot more brutal. Like, not to spoil things for everyone, because I can say this and you'll know which scene I mean, but when you say that you're going to walk the dogs, the sequence that follows that, it reminded me of what I said to you on the Hellfire talk, where you pick up a sledgehammer and I winced. And I was like,
Right.
you suddenly have become a cross between the Batman and Michael Myers, and I am completely here for it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a fun one. That was obviously we needed that beat in there. It's unfortunate for me in my mind because I had so much more that I wanted to do. But then on the day I was like, we only have time for this. So let's just do this. This is still going to hit those beats that we need for the story and for it to feel right. But man, if we could really have done like some of these other things, which, obviously I'm going to just pull into another film. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun to kind of like create that character and to play, as Spades. He's a bit more raw and brutal, and unleashed, I guess, in a way, He's just kind of
Well, that was
more
actually
chaotic.
like, I realized I'm quoting this review partly because you asked, but I actually made a comment that this is perhaps the most visceral. I don't think I used that word. I'm going to change it before I hit publish. This is perhaps the most visceral that you have been since Broken Path, because even though you're in a mask for a good portion of everything, obviously it's
Right.
you underneath the mask, and I think some people are going to be taken aback at your speed, because even though there are some, and that's a compliment, even though there is this chaotic edginess to some of the fighting, there's also moments like in the hallway and the corridor where suddenly you lock in and you remind everybody that, yeah, I have been a lifelong martial artist and I know multiple styles. Like, I can play in both wheelhouses, and I really like that aspect of it. And I feel like there's an awful lot of people. Like, I remember there was one person that isn't like a mutual of mine. He didn't get why so many of us went nuts for Ark Exitus, even though we explained it to him. And I just remember thinking when I watched this, like, he's gonna not understand why I like this so much either, but I know everybody else is. Like, they're gonna watch this and go, "Oh my god!" Like, don't don't make Johnny angry.
Yeah, it's always fun to be able to do that stuff. And I started second guessing because I'm like, why did I put myself in the mask?
Yeah.
Because people are gonna definitely be like, it's a stunt guy. He just had a stunt guy do all that stuff. I'm like, no, I mean, I I do. Narvy actually said this. He's like, you're carrying yourself different when you have that mask on. I'm like, well, yeah, that's the character, you know. But yeah, it was fun to play, man. It really was.
So
It was a good
something,
time.
so I have always felt this, and I'm only going to reference him because he's kind of already been mentioned. But something that Jason David Frank said a very long time ago is true, and I've said this to a few other people, which is that the way in which somebody, especially a martial artist, fights, and I use the word fights very loosely because I don't mean a professional fighter, I mean the way in which they move their body, is almost as unique to them as a fingerprint is. If you know
Mm.
someone's movements, you can recognize them even if they have a mask on, even if they are wearing a costume. I could tell it was you just from the stances and the way you were moving, um, which is great. It's also not great when you can also tell when someone, say, isn't in the mask. Like,
Mm. Mm.
I was questioning at one point why Jason Narvy suddenly looks a lot like Stephen Lang in some of these scenes, which is a joke only people that watch both episodes of you are going to get.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, that's actually why I brought Brett in because he's kind of a similar build, you know. And just his movements are great. But
Yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah.
When you were putting this production together, what was the casting process like? Because obviously you wrote it, you directed it, you produced it, and Vox Rocket Studio did the sound and the visual effects, which, if it's anything like Ark Exitus, actually means you did them as well. You were just sick and tired of putting your name on these things.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I yeah. I mean, and there's so many other things that yeah, sure, I could have put my name on like all over the place, but then it's like it's ridiculous, you know? Like am I have my name all over the final like credit roll or whatnot? It's doesn't make sense. It's already in there a lot already. So it almost seems a bit self-serving when you do it that way too, you know. So and I did, you know, like I would track a bunch of ideas and then I'd send it to Polo, and then he would send me like a guitar pass or something like that, and then I might tweak that a little bit. But then I also brought in Greg Chun, who came in kind of at the final hour. And there were a few spots like I already kind of worked out some ideas of what I wanted to hear in the music, but I needed like a fresh set of ears, you know, and he's very fast and really good. And he kind of came in and he kind of did a few things in the beginning that I was like, I kind of feels like maybe we should do something different there. But it was probably because I was so used to what had already put in there of my own stuff. Excuse me. And then I was just used to hearing my own thing in that. But then he kind of came in and then he was like, well, where do you want me to play with next? Eventually he kind of like, it was like, well, take a pass at the finale, and he did a really great pass at the finale. And I was like, that's great. And then I went in and I kind of like brought back in some of my ideas that were kind of like already throughout the film. And then so it would kind of like tie it together and, you know, and so, yeah. Again, like I did a lot of that, but obviously I had to give Greg, you know, his credit for, you know, coming in and doing a bunch of work as well. But it was cool. I mean, I'm very happy with that too. The sound design, you know, I mean, a lot of the sound design was me. I did send off like clothing and footprint stuff to Keita and Polo. I was like, here, you guys track all the footprints. Here, Polo, you go chase the cloth movement. There's just a lot of stuff in there, you know, and then. You know, the fun part, of course, I left for myself, all the sound effects and things like that, the fight noises. It's like, I get to do the fun thing. You guys do the footsteps.
I will say
uh,
the score or the soundtrack, whatever we want to call it, it I'm not. It's not that I don't appreciate them. I do, but I'm not the sort of person that ever really is like, oh, this score really stood out to me. But this score actually did stand out to me, and I don't quite know how to put it into words because I don't have the vocabulary to talk music in the same way that like you probably would. But the opening montage where you see
oh,
Bishop's flashbacks and the music that accompanies it is like I think that's a great intro sequence because emotionally it's like this is the sort of ride you're in for, guys. Like, this is a really good movie. I have no point said this is a really happy movie. So I think that's a really good way to sort of set the emotional
Tone.
level.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely, I mean, I had landed on that a long time ago. It was like setting the tone, and then, and in there you have, like you said, like a very dramatic, and then I have like this vocal that's in there, that kind of like carries where this is as we're kind of like pushing in, and we get a quick cut of this chaos, and then I pepper in a bit of a trail of Spades, like almost like his chaotic heartbeat is kind of like comes in there as the as the title comes towards us and whatnot. So again, in an audio sense, there's certain layers of the story that kind of come in and out, and it wasn't gonna be like, I don't know, like you hear this and then this is like, oh, this is a score. There are certainly moments in there. Sorry, I keep bumping things. I'm not sure if you're even hearing them,
I
but
heard
there are
that.
certain moments in there where it is, yeah, we have orchestral parts and whatnot, but it's more of a texture and a feeling and emotion for each one. It's like I always ask, like, well, what do I want to feel right now, And once I kind of figured out, or even with Greg, like, oh, I like this. This is Bishop's kind of his like chord progression basically, and it's like this kind of tells us we're in Bishop's space, and then we can use either certain instruments or even like let that grow into something else. Oh shoot, that's a spoiler.
I'm so glad you told me don't talk about all this stuff, and you're making my life so difficult.
I don't know. I think you're just gonna do the spoiler version. But yeah, I mean, it's hard not to, because obviously I know from the very beginning what the story is, and so you kind of have to pepper that stuff throughout the film musically.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
But I'm glad that it registered, though. That's cool. I mean, I never know. It's just kind of like, it feels right to me. I don't know if it's gonna
no,
work
I
for
really
other
liked
people.
it because I think, and this might sound a bit dismissive of other movies. It's not. Obviously, everybody that works on movies are professionals, but I think the advantage that you have, obviously, you had all those years with Eye Shine, and then it became Where Giants Fall. The sound that you had already kind of lent itself to being in movies. There are songs of yours that I can picture being edited to this. And you've clearly always had an interest in doing that because, as I already said, the first time I saw any footage of Broken Path was basically on a music video that you made for it. And I think when you have that eye for it, if you have the capability to compose music, regardless of on what instrument, it allows you to sort of have the image in your mind's eye of what you're going for. Whereas a lot of music in film in general, to my understanding, is usually put on after the footage is already shot. But if you're already thinking about the music and you're thinking about the emotions, and then you're also the person that's going to do the music, you do kind of have a different perspective, I think, than maybe somebody that's just sent the footage and told, we need music for this scene. This is what we want.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, absolutely. You're right. And I did have like temp throughout it, that even when I brought Greg into, I was like, this is the kind of a feel that I want. So that we were all kind of on the same page whenever we got to the end of it. So it wasn't like totally different things that we were doing. But yeah, very, very happy with just in general, the way even that sounded, But of course, the fun thing, that's a fun thing too, is like coming up with the music and and that actually was very quick. Even though I had some ideas, none of them were dialed in. And, once Greg and I were really kind of sitting in and locking things in, I think it really only was just a couple weeks of locking in the score and the soundtrack. But it was, it was cool. Sound design was fun too. The action stuff was just fun to put in there. And the VFX stuff took the longest, obviously. But it was also because, and this is a thing that kind of bugs me a little bit, is that people are going to by the time that comes out to where people see it, they're gonna be like, "Oh, it's probably AI or whatever." It's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
no, I spent 2.5 years working on that. I had like this with a poster that I spent 5 days working on, and then because I had to create like a bunch of posters, and I'm like, oh, here's one, and I put one together, and I sent it for the festivals, and we won whichever award it was, and that was the poster, and then on the comments there was like somebody that saw the poster and was like, oh, AI slop, meh, or whatever, right? And I was like, what? I spent 5 days working on that, and now somebody's just gonna be like blow it off as AI. So that's where I'm kind of like, I don't know. I'm like, all the hard work, it's kind of defeating. All the hard work that has gone even into this or anything in the future, it's gonna be like, people are gonna assume maybe AI was used, But yeah, if AI was used, it wouldn't have taken me 2.5 years to work on it.
Yeah. Was it the red poster with all the different characters on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I ended up like just getting rid of that one because it broke my heart. I was like, all right, fine. And so I came up with some other ones, and I'm like, I'll just do this because they're just images pulled, even though I textured them and added, whatever stuff over it, distressing and whatnot. I'm sure people will still go, AI. Anyways,
I really like that distressed poster with the blue line in the middle and the car and you. I think that's a really good
yeah,
visual.
that's the one I finally ended up on, yeah.
Yes, because allegedly a signed version of that might make its way over to the UK one day.
Yeah, we're going to have to do region-free DVDs. I'm not sure where we're going with that. That all depends. I mean, I own all physical media.
To be
So,
fair, I still want to hear the rest of this conversation, but I just meant the poster that because you had a
the
bunch that you
poster.
signed, and you said to me on Instagram, "Oh yeah, we could probably send you one of those."
Yeah, we'll make that happen. You'll just have to remind me because I will forget.
No, that's
as soon
fine.
as this is done.
I still want to hear
You can
about
just
everything you're
remind me.
about to say. I just wanted to be like, no, I wasn't talking about DVDs, just to clarify.
Oh yeah. Well, I did. In the deal, it was like I could give them physical media, but then I had kind of asked, well, if I gave you physical media, can I at least can I bring it with me to conventions because people might want to pick it up there, just like I did with CDs or whatever, And so I was thinking about that, and they were like, no, we can't. We're not cool with that. And I was like, well, what if it's like a special limited edition box set version? They're like, well, no. But they're like, but you don't have to add physical media to it. I was like, oh, I can just keep all that? And they're like, yeah, you can just do that separate from the digital. And I was like, well, then yeah, I want to do that. So the company we went with is definitely much more flexible and just works for us so well. So they're going to they'll control all that digital stuff, and then I don't have to think about that, But physical media is one where when we cross that road, if it's like, if there's a demand and people are like, I want the DVD or I want a Blu-ray, then we'll visit that. But right now it's like, even myself, I'm like, I don't know, I barely buy DVDs. I might have a Blu-ray here or there, or a DVD that I picked up, but just it's not something I have collections of. I download digital stuff all the time. So it's like, I don't know if there's really a market for it.
Unfortunately, I suspect there won't be a demand for it, which is a shame because I am 100%. I am 100%, as you've already seen, a physical media person, and I would much rather have it on a Blu-ray, especially if it came with some of your behind-the-scenes stuff. But I realize that's a pipe dream. But it's one of those things that I like the fact that the deal that you've made has not prevented you from doing that, because there are companies out there. The one that did the Unlucky Stars Blu-ray that I have, I believe they're called Gold Ninja Productions. They only do like limited run 100, 200, 500 productions, so you don't get stuck with a massive cost of production and then a pile of stuff that never sells. Pretty much everything they make sells out, which is why then people buy it, because they know it's going to sell out. And so that you always have that sort of option in the future. And I'm guessing not from the way you phrased it, but I'm assuming you can't say who your distribution deal is with.
I mean, I can. I'm going to hold off for a little bit. just because
Do you want it in
the
the
deal
spoiler
is
bit?
signed. Yeah, right. Yeah, you're gonna have to edit that in. But I think I mean we'll announce it for sure. I just want to. It's kind of like when I work on a project, and even though I know I did it, I want to see it
Yeah.
out there, and so then it's like a for sure thing. I did sign the contract, but it's not up out there yet. So I want to wait when it's up and out there, and then I'll talk about it all day long. But I just want to make sure, nothing goes wrong from now until then. Enough, even making the announcement that we signed the deal. But I think that was an exciting thing. Yeah, I think for even the cast to know, the crew,
Yeah.
because they're not like inside all the things that are coming. And there was like 6 or 7 different offers that came our way, but we went with one that was like the best percentage wise and more flexible for us as an indie production, and just gave us a lot more freedom. So in shorter terms and whatnot. Anyway, so it really good deal for us. But yeah, the DVDs, we'll see. Not sure. 'Cause I did the same thing with our CDs when the band had CDs. I asked like, how many of you guys want them? And it was like, okay. And then I ended up manufacturing a certain amount, and then all those people that said they wanted one, they didn't pick it up. So it's like I was stuck with boxes. And so
See, I
another
I
person
can't.
told me,
Sorry, I still have all of my Ice Shine ones, including
okay, yeah.
including the giant stack of Revolution Airways CDs that I didn't really think through when I ordered that producer package.
Oh, so yeah, exactly.
So I kind of share
It's
your
like,
pain there.
like selling that. No, that's the thing. It's like somebody did mention. I was going to say this, that somebody was like, "Well, dude, you got to finish film, and what you could do then is you could do a Kickstarter for that, and then." So then you have to reach obviously a certain amount, whatever the bulk print manufacturing is for the DVDs. So if you hit that goal and enough people they want it, then that goes directly to that.
Yeah,
And then those people
just for the
get it,
manufacturing and distribution.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's that thought as well. It's like, okay, that makes sense, because then it would just be exactly that amount being done.
Can
But
I
then,
make
of course, in my mind, I'm like,
another
yeah, go
suggestion?
ahead.
If
Yeah.
you do that, it would be pretty cool to have Ark Exitus on there as a bonus.
On that, yeah, I mean, very different movies, though.
They are, but they're linked.
Very different movies. They are linked. Yeah, well, then that's where I guess we do the Vox Rocket Studio lineup.
Yeah,
We can
I
throw
mean,
in,
you
so
totally
we
could
could throw
do
in
that.
Stray and throw in, Love Like Bullets. Hey, you can have this one on there as well.
If you told me that you were like, Scott, there's a way that you can finally watch Stray, a movie that you thought didn't exist and was never shot, and the movie you've been nagging me about, Love Like Bullets, whilst also having a physical release of Ark Exitus and Spades, I'm broke, but I would sell this dog sat next to me to have that, okay?
That's funny. I don't know how that would work. I think we would
I've no
we
idea
would have to
either.
look at that. Yeah, I think if anything, we'll probably just release that free somewhere. I don't know. Did release it, but who knows?
I mean, don't get me
Uh,
wrong. It would be nice to see these movies that you finished just because they're finished. Even if you put a disclaimer up saying, just so you know, we didn't release them for a reason, but if you want to watch them, they're here. Like, I get it.
Yeah,
But at the same time,
yeah.
Spades is the movie we're talking about.
Right.
And
Yeah, sorry. I can go off on tangents all day long.
I
There's a problem with me.
I would not normally stop you, but I'm very aware that I do not literally want to keep your entire day at the rate we're going.
Okay. Yeah, fire off some questions about spades.
Oh, we have talked about it. But,
Okay. Have we covered enough of it?
well, that was what was going to be my question. Is I don't know how granular you want me to go before we start talking about potentially the future, because obviously you kind of very briefly touched on the fact that Jason Narvy plays the main character, but I was
Mhm.
going to ask you more about that, as in what was it? What was that conversation like? Was he on board from day one, or was that something that came later? Because I don't know. Obviously, you did Extreme Heist together, but you also did a bunch of short films together. And I don't mean Ark Exitus. You did stuff like all the way back on Power Rangers, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. We shot like little silly things here and there. I mean, we've been friends for a very long time, and he's a great actor, and he's very funny. Um, but I feel like that's all people really knew him for was like the funny stuff, you
Yeah.
know. And so when he got the chance to do Arc Exodus and play like a completely different character, I think it shocked people, you know, and people were like, "Dang, he's good in this role." And then again, if anybody watches Baku, that's another one where I think he just like locks into character, and so for me, it's kind of fun to kind of push him in, and I've worked with him so much that I kind of know where he's at as an actor, and if I just kind of let him loose, he's gonna, you know, he'll come up with, you know, if we do multiple takes, it's gonna be different takes each time. But it's like I kind of want to get him into this space, you know. And then Spades was really great to work with him. The conversation, I remember just kind of working on it, and maybe, you know, I think he even was like, you know, when we were talking about going from ClickBoom to Spades, and he was like, "Can you just consolidate the characters into one?" You know, and he's like, "Can you just make them all your character?" You know, and so I think in his mind, I was just going to make myself the lead, but in my
So,
mind, I was always thinking,
sorry,
"Go
was
ahead,
Jason
no, go ahead."
involved with ClickBoom originally?
He was,
So
yeah.
that it
So
was
there
you
were
three, was it?
It was us three. Yeah, it was Jason, Frank, and Narvy and myself. And Narvy was playing actually more of a comedic role. Actually, I talked to Eric Jacobus at one point to play that role, because I thought he could have pulled that role off too, but he was doing something, or maybe I don't remember what happened. But I ended up, I was just like, well, Narvy's perfect for it. And when I tossed that over to Jason Frank, he was like, oh yeah, Narvy would be perfect for that role. So whenever it came time for me to, you know, when I was talking to Narvi about consolidating into one character, he would say, well, can you just make all one character your character? You know, so in his mind, he was thinking that I was just going to be the lead in it. But in my mind, I was always thinking, well, no, you're going to be the lead in it. You know? I'm going to make you do all the heavy lifting. You know?
Perfect.
But yeah, so I always kind of knew I wanted Narvi to kind of carry it. Well, because originally it was again, I was kind of take a back seat. It was going to be a Jason Frank project, but then now it's like, well, I mean, it's kind of more of a Narvi leading it. Yeah, of course I'm in there too. You know, kind of the way it ended up eventually when I finalized the script. But it was like a good enough balance, I thought. You know, but yeah, so I do remember telling him, and then I don't know if he really had a big reaction. He was probably more like, maybe like, oh, okay, all right then, you know. So I think it was probably in his mind maybe a little scary, because it's like, oh, I got to carry this thing now, you know. That's a big weight, you know. But then I'm sure when he thinks about it, it's like we've done a few things, you know, and it's been all right. So I think we'll be okay. And it was fun. It was hard. Each one of them has been hard, but you know, at the end of the day, when we finish it and it's done, and we can look at it and go, "Hey, we did a movie, and it's enjoyable." You know,
It's
it's just got to find its audience.
yes. It's funny too because I'm sure you do remember this. You took some of the footage of this movie to Power Morphicon, and you showed it off to a bunch of people.
Oh, no, we did. Yeah, you're right. We did show off some
I was
some
gonna
clips
say
here and there.
I watched it on YouTube, so you definitely showed it somewhere.
You saw it on YouTube?
Well, I didn't
Somebody
see
must have been.
I didn't see footage from the movie, but I saw the panel of you talking about it after you showed the footage.
Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah, no,
I was
yeah.
like,
Don't
who
panic. Nobody
recorded it?
showed the footage. But the
Yeah.
reason why, because obviously I was just super interested in spades, and that seemed to be the only place with any information, and it was very helpful. But I remember there was a question that got asked about the budget, and
Oh.
you obviously said you couldn't answer that question because you didn't have it all locked in terms of distribution. But yeah, I asked the guy how much he thought the movie looked like it cost. I saw that.
Yeah.
Is that something that you that you genuinely sort of worry about, that people just have no clue how much this stuff costs in reality, like the disconnect between people that have never made films and just watch them?
It's well, it's tricky because and David Wald actually said this to me. Hey man, nobody cares what it cost. They care whether or not it looks good, and is good. And he's 100% right. And so that's always also on the back of my mind. But as I'm like struggling with, like, if you only knew the difference, it would your perspective might change. So that's what's hard, because, like, now that we have secured distribution, it's like I can freely say whatever it cost, and it's whatever, right? But I did want to hold off on that just in case, And now the way things are, there's no real big names. So, well, Hellfire, you got like a few names. You got a handful of names so that you can get like a bank to guarantee a certain amount. But, no bank's going to guarantee a certain amount with my name attached to it, unless it's like some animation and voiceover, and nobody remembers really Power Rangers. And so I don't have
Well,
necessarily.
they do, but not when
Well,
it comes
people
to the
do,
money.
but right. No, none of them own a bank. You know, so yeah, it's kind of a different level. The way things work now, as far as like an indie production, like you can't go over $250,000 if you don't have a name. You have to have a name. If you don't have a name, if you go over 250, they might not even listen to you. Distributors, and they don't really offer you guarantees either. They kind of just give you percentages, and they say, well, we can get you here and there, whatever, and maybe you're going to make your money back. And this is how much percentage wise you're going to get. And then it depends on how you go about it. Did you get a producer's rep who gets a percentage, who takes it to a sales agent who gets a percentage, who takes it then to a distributor who gets a percentage, and then an aggregator, and then the platform itself. It's like, and then by the time you get whatever, if they say you're going to get 75%, really, are you getting 75% after it's all gone through all of those things? So my hope was to get, somewhere almost direct line, skip all these other guys, and we did get a deal like that. But yeah, it's tricky, and it's a different place with the streaming platforms and stuff. So I did hold back on that for a bit. But now, yeah, it's like $50K. It's still gonna cost me more though, even now. The screening, the screening that we did wasn't free. Submitting to all these festivals is not free. We're gonna have to market it once it is on the platforms, and that's not gonna be free. So we're gonna have to create promos and pay for things. And
Do you know what's really crazy? Is obviously you sent me the photo of where a lot of your selections are, and I've
yeah,
seen that picture before, but I looked at it last night. And I had to do a double take because I saw that one of the film festivals is Southwest Film Festival. And I laughed because that's where I live. But you're in
oh, is it?
yeah. And I laughed
Oh,
because you're in the US. So it's obviously not. And then I'm looking at the logo and I'm like, that's here. That's literally the bottom end of the UK. That's where I am. And yeah, sure enough, your movies did a film festival that's here that I had no clue existed. I genuinely have never heard of this film festival, but I was like, if I can get to it, I'm going.
yeah, I've submitted to a ton of festivals throughout the year, all over the world. So Japan, China, Korea, like everywhere, everywhere we can think of, or anywhere that kind of like came up on the radar where it's like, this might be a good place to try it. And they're, none of them are free,
No,
unfortunately.
no.
Yeah, sorry. There was one that was free, but we never even heard back from it. So it was like, okay, it probably wasn't a real thing. But yeah, none of them are free. You have to submit. And then even then you don't always get selected. There's a handful that it's like, you're not selected. And it's like, dang it. that costs $50, you know? And so each time you're not selected, it's like, oh man, that's like $300 we just lost when we could have put that into boosting a post or creating some promo or something, you know? So it's kind of a bummer that that's the way indie filmmaking is right now. Cause it's like sort of the path you have to go or you're expected to go, you know, because you need to prove yourself. Like once you get a few, like thankfully we got some awards and nominations, because that kind of at least makes people go, at least turn and go like, okay, let me pay attention a little bit, you know. But it doesn't guarantee you much, you know. And in fact, like with like Amazon and some of those other places, you can't put the laurels up on your poster. They'll take them off or have them asked for them to be removed. So you can't even like show off that you won stuff, you know, unless it's like a very specific whatever type of film, documentary or something. So it's kind of a weird space, and this is just the distribution thing I'd never done before. That was a very important part for me to go, I want to walk this through all the way. Because I've been a part of other projects, Broken Path, where it kind of, you know, somebody else took it, you know, even you brought it up. It's called Sod. What was it?
Devon's Ghost?
Dang it. Yeah, Devon's Ghost. Like that one is another
Legend
one.
of
You know?
the
And so
Bloody
there's,
Boy?
right, yeah. So like, and then again, even Extreme Heist, like the name changes, and you know who
Wicked
knows,
Game.
and what, yeah, what Hellbinders. That was
Hellbinders.
another one where it's like, I heard horror stories from the guys. You know, it's like, well, once these things go to these places, you don't know, and then it's like they say you owe some money for whatever marketing they had to pay for, so you never really see a lot from it. So I wanted to walk through. That's why I finished this project. It's got to get done, and I want to walk it all the way to across the finish line, just so I know. You know, I want to know who's trying to screw me. You know, and I want to know
Okay.
where I'm getting screwed.
So I got two things to say to that, because I had this question last time we spoke, but I couldn't say it because it was a PR thing. But I've also got something to say about the festival thing that might be helpful to you. So remind me if I forget. But was it really odd that your last movie released under a very familiar brand in Saban?
Yeah, that was a shock. I was like, wait, this is a Saban distribution
Yeah.
thing? I didn't know that until I was like working there in Arkansas, and then one of somebody on crew like mentioned it, and I was like, wait, really? And I was like, oh wow, okay, I guess all right. It's one of those weird things where I was kind of internally conflicted. It's like, I thought I'm not supposed to be on a Saban thing ever again. You know, I was like, do they know that I'm here? You know, it's like, if they find out I'm here, are they gonna, you know, is things gonna get weird? You know, I don't think I've necessarily said anything bad, but you know, so
Johnny,
anyways.
I don't know if you meant to say that, but I don't think anybody knows that you were banned from Saban stuff. So,
Right.
do you want me to edit that out, or are we gonna get into that?
No, I wasn't necessarily banned, but I was, you know, removed from Power Rangers.
Yes.
But, you know, and then I know some of the guys, they look at Power Rangers with a negative thing, and obviously there are certain reasons why it's completely valid. But I had such a good time on Power Rangers, you know? So for me, even just to get all the way here, it was weird working on Hellfire and then being like, wow, that's a Saban thing. And then at the same time I was working on that, getting calls for like, hey, they want you to come back to Power Rangers for Once and Always. And I was like, this is really weird now. You know, I'm like, am I going to be working on a bunch of Saban stuff now? But it wasn't Saban then, and it was Hasbro. But anyways, yeah.
I'm glad you came back for Once and Always. I appreciate that it wasn't great for you, like showing up, standing there, giving some lines, and then doing the exact same thing essentially at the end. But I'm still glad that you guys came back so that we could actually get as many people as possible all together one last time.
Yeah. I mean, I asked constantly, hey, can we do a fight? Hey, can I wear red? Can Karen be in pink? They just ignored my emails.
I'm shocked.
I had like so many questions. Like, well, who am I now? What am I doing? Like, when? Then they're finally like, I remember, and maybe it just came across this way because I sent like a ton of emails and got like a response. Yes, it's SPA, and yes, it's part of SPA. But then they didn't answer any of the previous questions I had sent. I'm like, I see. All right. I don't think I'm gonna get to do a fight scene or anything. So
Did you
yeah, but
once
it's still
again
cool.
ask for Adam to die?
That time I did not ask because I knew I really kind of knew my place in that, but I was just kind of hoping for
You're just a
just a
frog.
little bit of a fight. Exactly. Who knows? Maybe in the future they're gonna bring me back as Adam, a floating head in the tube.
I'm not saying anything. I would, if we do have another conversation in the future, I would definitely love to talk about that more. But the reason why I said that is because obviously you had your once and always appearance, and you've had two previous appearances where you do get really cool fight scenes. And on Hellfire, people were really amping up how cool the fight scenes were. And all of these movies, you have these cool fights. Is there a part of you that, although you like, you really do love action, do you want to sort of look at what action movies are doing and say, like, this was a neo-noir movie. It's a mystery, it's a thriller, and it's great. But I would still like to do one big martial arts extravaganza before I get to the stage where everything hurts.
100%. Absolutely. Yeah, I've got plenty of stories and scripts that I've been working on. I definitely have a martial arts, full on, you know, concept, a couple of them. But then I do have other ones that are kind of peppered throughout. Action, I love action. And it all depends on what the story is and how you're telling the story, like the type of action that is kind of that it kind of calls for. And so it's just dependent on what's next or what feels right next. Even Hellfire, if I look at that, you know, that was also another thing where I remember talking with Isaac about it, and it's like, well, clearly we can't choreograph a fight scene with Stephen Lang doing jump spin kicks, and if I'm doing things like that and twisting, then it's gonna feel off. I had to balance it in a place where it sort of made sense. But absolutely, I want to get to a point where we just kind of cut loose. And maybe it's the next one. I don't know.
I I'm always hesitant to say this because it's not like I'm saying you're getting old, Johnny. The end is near. But it is true that Broken Path was 17 years ago.
Yeah.
And for me, I know that like I look at it as, well, that means you've had 17 years to learn more stuff. And I know you have.
Uh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
I would love to see what that would actually look like on screen. I actually got my hopes up a few years back because you posted a photo of you and Scott Adkins posing together, and I was really
Oh,
hoping
yeah.
that that meant something more, but it obviously didn't. But I was like, come on,
I
just
actually did write a script.
ah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think David Wald worked with him on another project. I think it was an Isaac project, I believe. And so a ton of action in that or whatever. And then in my writing scripts, and I think it was actually after I wrote Boom Click Boom, David Wald was like, "Hey, we should maybe write something that maybe is kind of like a film like that." And then I met Scott at it was a convention, and then around that same time, I was like toying with this idea, and I was like, "Oh, maybe I'll write something that you know, if it ever came to it, this would be a perfect like character driven story. Like he's got great stuff obviously out there, but maybe this will have a different color to it that might be neat. That's told in a very unique way. And also I wrote it like so that David Wald would have a directing vehicle that he can have. But yeah, I definitely wrote something, and but I might even adjust that. I've been thinking about that story as well, but. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly crossed my mind, but again, it's like when I met him, I was surprised. I didn't know that he was going to be there. I'm just sitting down, like at the table or whatever, fans coming up or whatnot, and somebody taps me on the shoulder, and I turn and look, and holy crap, it's Scott Adkins. And he leans over, he's like, hey man, I'm a big fan. I was like, what? I was like, I'm a big fan. What are you talking about? So I was kind of shocked. Like I was kind of more in shock that he was like right there. And I was like, holy cow, man. But yeah, very cool guy. And that'd be really awesome, of course. But, who knows? But you also, even then, it's like, and I don't know if it's for me, it's like you want to have like martial arts in a film, but you don't want it to feel like a martial arts movie. You want it to feel appropriate. Like they're going to throw a spin kick, then it's like once you start doing kicks, it's like, kind of takes you out, like depending on the type of kick, right? Then it's like, well, it kind of like then you're getting into this other realm of, it's not really real anymore. And so it's like, but can you do it in a way that makes sense? Like, well, if one guy is like kicking, then you kind of want to see the other guy kick too, or how is he going to combat the kicks? He's going to start catching it and try to bring him in close and turn it into a jujitsu match, So, yeah, and then I've always loved seeing in a movie where it's just you can do like really pretty action moves, right? And that's great, and that's fine for a lot of things. But I also just like things being really dirty too, like just like a messy fight, and it makes it feel a little more real. And I can't remember the movie off the top of my head, but there's a Korean film I remember. I was watching it, and it's just ugly. He's like chasing somebody down, and he's like tackles them. They start fighting. It's not a pretty fight at all, but it feels real. He almost throws up because he was running so hard, and it's like, man, that felt really real. It didn't have to be like amazing. And so things like that always stick with me. And I'm like, how can you blend the two? How can you still do like a
Korean
cool
cinema in
thing
particular is really good for that
they've
specific
leveled
type.
up, and absolutely, yeah.
Indonesia is pretty good as well. Like The Night Comes for Us is really good at blending the two, where you get these really bloody and gory, messy fights, but you'll still have certain characters that are exactly what you just described, where they are clean with the martial arts, and yet they don't feel out of place with the guy that's just essentially throwing like haymakers, because it all just gels together in this foreign land that they've created.
Yeah, yeah. I've always felt like a movie, like a Game of Death, right? Where what we ended up getting was like this ridiculous,
Yeah,
chopped up version, with all this other stuff in it. But like the original concept for a martial arts movie is pretty cool, because then it's like he's kind of like has to master his own unique style, or to beat all these other styles. Super cool if that could be done now in an appropriate way. It'd be kind of neat. But I do have a lot of ideas. We'll see what's next. I'm not really sure. I mean, I keep thinking about that too. And even the it's I think it was on Ark Exitus where the guys were like, hey man, how about we do, and it's like they had all these ideas, and I was like, we're not kicking. I don't want to do a whole lot of kicks, man. I want it to feel like we're just rough. And they're like, all right, well, okay, fine. I was like, we'll give you one kick. I'll give you a spin kick. And so it's like, I'll give you that. So yeah, definitely at some point. But I don't know, man. I keep thinking, yeah, you're right. Maybe I need to throw a bit of that into the next one.
well, I think you spent a very long time studying kung fu, and then I know that as time has gone on, you've sort of changed your salat, your Brazilian jiu-jitsu, your knife work, the more grounded techniques. But I think that there's an awful lot of people, like, because there's even a hint of it in Spades, where you do that really flowery pose for the briefest
Yeah.
of moments, and it was like, I like when you blend the kung fu choreography into the more grounded and realistic stuff, because I think it looks visually different from what other people are doing. And I think that having that identity is a big part of what makes someone like Scott Adkins work, because we do kind of know what we're getting with him. But like you were talking about making a movie that is all about martial arts, but that isn't a martial arts movie. I think his best example of that is the Debt Collector movies, which he did with Louis Mandylor, because one of them is a retired boxer and he's a martial arts instructor. But so the fact that they are both able to fight isn't really the point. But when they do fight, there's clear visual distinctions between them, and you can have both versions of exactly what you just described.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Again, I don't know. I mean, it's you're right. There's a point where like my knee's been messed up since in Japan or whatever. I screwed it up there, and so
Oh, when you did that flip for
at some
Nero.
point, no, it wasn't even that. Like I did all the action stuff for the Nero, and that was all fine. It was when I had to carry the stunt uh, performer, like who's playing Kyrie, and I was supposed to like
Ah,
I was jumping down, landing on one knee, standing up, turning around, and then walking, and carrying her at the same time. And she wasn't like heavy, and it was fine. Every single take was fine, but I think it put a lot of stress on my knee, and like I just I was done. We were done shooting. I'm just sitting around, and I get up, stand up, and I turn, and my knee goes and pops, and I'm like, oh, and swells up, big time, and I'm like, what just happened here, um, and so, but I mean, I did a broken path, full on with the injury, and it was whatever, you just kind of deal with it, and so, but and that's when I was kind of like, well, I don't know how much of this I really want to do, I kind of did broken path, but then that was kind of sort of it, but then it wasn't because nobody saw it. So it's like I kind of need to do something, right? So I have some ideas. I mean, depends on where we land next, because it's like, what's a good progression to this film? Like what do we now, if people get a taste of Spades, do they want something that's going to be like that, a character driven? If we go like a full martial arts film, then it's going to be like, whoa, wait a second, what's going on here? So it's like, how do I balance that? What's the next step? Because even part of me is like, man, a horror would be pretty fun to do, So I have all these like horror concepts, but then it's like having a guy doing martial arts in a horror film, it might be kind of weird, How do you play that?
well,
Um,
it is. It certainly would be perceived by weird by certain audiences, but I don't think it's as weird now as it used to be. And I realize we've got off topic here, but I think this is worthy of discussion because not only over in like Hong Kong and China, Sammo Hung basically brought their version of horror movies back, and they are essentially martial art horror movies. And they've been very successful for a very long time. But even in the West now, you see that with uh my lovely ADHD brain is not going to let me remember the titles. Malignant one movie. Did you see that one?
I think I did. Is that it has like I think so. Long hair is like creepy and
Shit. So the movie is this woman that is basically being like tormented by voices and seeing things, and then eventually it turns out that she's being. And I'm sorry for anyone who hasn't seen this, and you, because this is a spoiler, but it turns out that the her brother twin, I can't quite remember, was conjoined to her, and it's still there, and it's inside her,
oh, yeah, okay. No, I did see that. Yeah.
and it has like a huge martial art fight sequence at the end, it has quite a few of it, elements like that. But you also have things like Upgrade, which was a similar thing but with
Yeah.
computers. And you look at there was one that came out the Megan movies, where with the AI
Yeah.
doll.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot of crossover, I think, in what horror and action do for each other now in a way that maybe there didn't used to be.
Yeah, no, I mean you're right. I mean it it can be done, but then you go, how much time, what's our budget, how much can we get away with, and then you have to progressively build into that. Like for me with Spades, it was like I can't do like we only have this, like even the fight with Garcia, we wanted to do quite a bit more in that, but then because of time, got to shave it down, and so that always happens. And so it's hard. It's a hard balance, because then if you're going to commit to a martial arts thing, the progression of the martial arts, obviously you're going to get to a big finale that needs to feel like a finale. Um, but how can you build that? Are you going to have enough time to build the progression and then have enough time for that finale, for that to feel right enough, even like with Ark Exitus, it was like so many of my ideas I had to cut out, on a day because we just weren't going to be able to make it. But do we have enough to make it feel like a finale, So there's a lot of thought that goes into it, and I've got all kinds of concepts and ideas, and again, it's for me, and I keep bouncing around. There's like a couple of them that kind of like keep coming to the foreground, and then I'm like, is that the right one? And one of them feels very much like a Spades type movie. There's a guy that has a mask, but it's a really cool concept. But is that going to feel too much like, oh, you guys only do these kind of movies? But it's super freaking cool.
And,
But
and let's
yeah,
be
it's
honest,
like,
if the movie does really well, the movie you're going to end up doing next is just going to have a big old number 2.
right. Well, I mean, I did write this out to be technically, well, Boom Click Boom was a trilogy. And so this one does have a path to at least 2 movies, but definitely it has a path to 3. And it gets crazier and crazier each time. And it opens up like this bizarre and wild lore that it can get to. But I don't know. It might even, as it is, could just be fine as it is, So we'll see.
Yeah. One thing that we haven't mentioned at all that I feel we should mention because it's so prevalent in all of your promotional material and the trailer, it's a cool car.
Yeah. Yeah.
How did you pick that? Well, first of all, what model is it? What car is it for those who maybe don't know? But also, like, how did you pick on that specific one?
Well, I had a Dodge Ram. I live in LA, and in LA there's traffic, and I bought a Dodge Ram because I could go off road and maybe I can go camping and do all this kind of outdoorsy stuff, which I was like, I'm definitely going to do this. Didn't do it at all. And so, and when you have a truck that's like awesome and you're just in traffic the whole time, stop and go, it's like, this doesn't even make any sense at all. It's like, it costs so much to get gas. And so I was like, let me just get something else. And I always loved the look of like Mustangs and Challenger. And I really liked the Challenger. And I was like, I'm just going to take this in, trade it in, and get a Challenger. And I went and I took it in. I saw this one. It was a Challenger, a GT. It was kind of like this special little thing that they were doing. Kind of had like the Hemi throwback to the Hemi orange. And I was like, this is kind of a cool looking car. I haven't seen too many of these out there, so it kind of made it a little unique. I liked it. I was like, okay, cool. And I was doing my taxes and I asked my tax lady, I was like, hey, so I'm thinking about getting this car. If I got this car and I put it in a movie, can I write it off? She's like, well, yeah. And so I was like, okay. And so then I was like, all right, well, I'm going to buy this car. So I bought the car. And so I had the car and I was like, well, I want to put it in the movie, and I love, there's a lot of car movies that I absolutely like. But, if I look at the things that kind of like led me to this, like I love The Crow. I even like The Wraith, if anybody even remembers that. And Ghost Rider, of course. But that was a motorcycle. But then eventually I think they have like, is it a Charger? I'm not really sure what they had in that one. Maybe, and so there are a lot of things like that element-wise that I was like, having a cool car is cool. It's just kind of feels, it's a vehicle, and you want to have like, it's got its own voice and it adds a certain level to it. My very first like idea that I had written was just a random idea I had. I was like, I was thinking about shooting like just a short, and it was like some kid gets kidnapped or he's at this grave. He's with his family at the grave, and these guys come to kidnap him and hold him for ransom, so his father pays what he owes or whatever, and then this character shows up, and it's like a Day of the Dead kind of thing. So I kind of had like this idea of this mask being Day of the Dead type of a mask. This car pulls up, the monster truck, and so all they hear is just, pulling up, and they turn and they see the lights turn off, and then this character steps out and then holds a card, pick a card, any card, and tosses it to them, and then it becomes this shootout, and then so I had like this visual that I had like came up with a long time ago, and I thought, I want to make that a movie at some point, and so it was just begging to be made into a movie at some point. And even with Boom Click Boom, like it was kind of like I was borrowing the idea of the mask in there. The car wasn't in there. It was just like some old beat up truck. And so once I was like really hammering out this story to become Spades, I was like, oh, the car, I got to do that. I got to put that in there, And so I wanted to do so much more, even just with that church sequence, But then because of time, it could only be what it was. But even then it was like, well, this is it. This is the start of this character, This is it, And maybe down the line we're gonna see that thing that I had originally envisioned, So we'll see.
I'm gonna have to put this little comment in the spoiler section, or maybe I'll just edit it out completely. But I'll be amazed if there isn't an edit of that with your voice in the background saying "It's morphin' time."
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of like semi nods to Power Ranger fans in there, and anime fans. So there's definitely some
And
stuff
Eyeshine
in there.
fans.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not nearly as many as we put into Ark Exitus. We definitely put a bunch more in there.
Yes,
But there's some
I had
stuff
fun
in there
looking for them.
throughout. Yeah, yeah. This one is going to be a lot harder, and but there's stuff kind of in there throughout, for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I know that this was probably never even on your mind anyway, but one of the things that I was most happiest about from the moment I saw the first footage and the first images of Spades when you were posting them on Instagram, it's not dark Power Rangers, and I'm so thankful for that.
Right. Yeah. Although I do have a Power Ranger concept.
Oh,
I do have this.
I'm not against it.
this-
I'm just happy that this
yeah.
wasn't that.
Yeah. No, I definitely wasn't going to do that. And even if I did a kind of like a superhero type of thing, Sentai type of thing, the concept, even it's with Narvy. Like I've already kind of written out sort of this idea, which could probably live better in comic book format. But it's much more because everyone is like, you got to do it dark, and I feel like it's already been done very well dark. But like there's, everyone wants to, I want to see a dark version of this and that. And and of course there's Legend of White Dragon is supposed to be that kind of thing too. But I think it's better if it's kind of comical and a little funny, but can have moments that are very dark and very deep character, like emotional things for the characters.
Yeah.
So I have like this complete story that's got, Adam, and it's got Narvy's character Skull, and a few other characters. I think it's a great idea. I think it's really fun and funny, but and also very deep. But I don't know if it'll ever happen. Maybe one day I'll just release it as, here's a story you can read. It just depends. We'll see. Who knows? But yeah, it's not. Spades is definitely not. But you're absolutely correct. People are gonna probably go like, it's morphin' time. I'm surprised they didn't do that during the screening.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that would have been even weirder because you had Walter Jones there, so it's like you had both Black Rangers. So I'm aware that we've been talking for a very long time. Is there any aspect of Spades that I haven't asked you about that you want to talk about?
No, I was very open with this whole thing and just what we're gonna go through. I was just kind of leaving it up to you to lead, but of course I kind of went off on all my random tangents. So hopefully, good luck cutting this together.
Thanks.
I don't envy you in the least, but yeah, I don't know. There's plenty I could talk about. There's all kinds of things that I could talk about. There's many things, but if there's anything that jumps out, I mean, I could just randomly talk about stuff. But
well, the thing is like if I don't want to just ask you questions partly because I'm going to end up repeating myself, but also as you go off on tangents, and this isn't aimed at you, this is the entire format of this show, I start thinking about questions based off of your tangents, which inevitably means I re-listen to this in the edit and I go, how did we talk for over 3 hours and I didn't mention this? You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, well, I mean, I could talk about on an indie production, even like with Hellfire or any production really, but when you're working on indie, especially, I feel like there's a lot of things that kind of happen, and that's because time, budget, and the way things look on set. There was Andrew who plays the buyer in that sequence where he tries to Saito tries to sell Lana, and so he wasn't supposed to play a character at all or act in the film. He was just gonna help out with some camera movements and help out with some of the action stuff, and but on that day we were shooting some flashback stuff, the war stuff, and then I had the actor come in who was supposed to play the buyer. He had a great look, his creepy look, and I had a whole thing built out for him that was just a different feel entirely. And I thought he had the perfect look, and I saw some of his reel, and I was like, this guy's going to make this a really neat, creepy character. And he shows up on set, and I'm like, hey, we're going to wrap up this stuff, this war stuff, and you can head over to makeup and get wardrobe on and get ready to go. And as soon as we're done here, we'll roll over into your stuff, and we finished the flashback stuff, and then I started looking for him, and I can't find him. And I started asking around. I was like, hey, have you seen this guy? Is he around? Where'd he go? And then, I think it was Makeup Oasis was like, oh, so he was here, and he got makeup on, but he's gone. Like, he left. I was like, wait, he left? And then people check, and yeah, his car's not in the parking lot. And I was like, wait, he bailed? And so I'm like messaging him, not getting any kind of response from him. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? Like, we're set up to shoot specifically that scene, which is his scene in this location. It's not like I can call up somebody. We're not like close. It's kind of a distance away from everything else. He's not answering my messages or nothing. And then, Andrew is there, and I'm like, oh wait, Andrew's not in the movie. Hey, do you want to play this role? And he's like, well, I don't know. I was like, you got to play this role. I don't have anybody else. And he kind of is like, all right, well, let me take a look at it. And he starts working on the dialogue on his own and starts setting up the camera. I'm like, all right, let's run through real quick. And then he does a great job, and I'm like, and thankfully he was there to do that, to pick up that spot and act out that scene. That wasn't even something that he had, days to prepare or plan for, which I think he did a great job for. He really only had, he got it right there, and then we shot. So, but that kind of stuff happens on independent projects, and people don't show up sometimes. You cast a person for a role and they don't show up. This is the first time I had it where they showed up on set, got makeup, was ready to go, and then just like ghosted, so that was odd. But things like that happen constantly. There are a lot of things that happen, and you just throughout on that shoot in general, every single day had something. The wood stuff, here's another story. So I paid for this location to go shoot in the woods, and then we show up there early, Polo, Keita, and myself, and Narvy might have been there. I can't remember. And I'm sure he was. And then we could not, like, it was locked off. We came to a gate, and we're like, I'm trying to message the guy. He's not responding. It is pretty early, and it is a long ways away. This is a long drive to get out to this type of woods or whatever. And I'm not getting a response. I'm like, dude, what are we gonna do? People are showing up. I've got a guy bringing a cop car and an ambulance. We're set, and this is a big thing in the film. And I just started walking down the woods, like trying to figure out, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm like, can I steal the woods like next door? Or is there a certain way that we can shoot this? And then I see like this sign that's it's like a campground, I guess, or something like that. And had a phone number. And I was like, let me call them. And so I called them up, and then there's some lady, and she's like, what? Who are you? What do you want? Like, why are you calling me? Like, just like completely thrown off. He's like, and she's like, you're trying to do a what? And she's like, well, come on over here and, tell me what it is face to face, because I don't even know what you're talking about. And so I go over and I'm like, listen, it's a long story, but we paid for this location. The gate is shut. I'm not getting a response. I probably got screwed. Can I pay you a bit of money? I'll pay you cash right now. And then, we just want to shoot in this part of your woods, if that's okay. And she was like, yeah, sure, come on in. And if you guys need to, you can use this. We'll open up the cafeteria for you and you can use this. And just like totally cool, and thankfully, we were able to start shooting in that location in the woods. And then like, it wasn't until much later in the day, the guy finally responds. He's like, oh, sorry. Yeah, it should have been unlocked. Hey, I'll buy and unlock it. It'll be a couple hours by this time. It's like the day is over. I've already shot all my stuff. And then, I was like, Polo, here, go take the camera, take Narvy in the car and just go shoot him driving in that location, just so we know we got our money's worth, So again, it's just like that kind of stuff like happened daily. It happened on every single shoot that I've been on with Vox, where we've run into some kind of issue. Actually, Owlgirl didn't, but Baku had some stuff like that. Ark Exitus, definitely. But this one had so many of those things that if I just, wasn't, if I wasn't able to problem solve quick enough, or if I didn't have a good team or people around me that were willing to jump in, I don't know, it wouldn't have been done. So that's why it's just, it's tricky. But I do want people to know these kind of things, in like, because you assume if you haven't done anything that you write a script, you bring in some people, you pay all those people, and they're going to show up ready to do the job. No, you're gonna fighting with some people. Some actors will come in and fight you on the way things are supposed to be done, and that happened on this set too. And I remember having to tell somebody, it's like, listen, man, just do it, just do it as it's written. And that's a short version of that story. and then other actors coming in, they were like, and afterwards being like, wow, you really handled that situation well. Because I do like to keep a light set, but things get very stressful when stuff starts happening like that. And so you do have to be able to roll with it and try to keep it kind of light as much as you can and keep it fun for everyone. So.
But
yeah,
also, you have
indie
to have
stuff is
that
tough.
ability to say to someone, no, this is too far now. We have to do it this way and be okay with the confrontation.
Yeah, and sometimes you can play. Like I always let actors play and show me if you have another idea. Okay, what would you do here? We did a whole other thing where, the KG, his character, and the Ruben character, those two in the car, like. We had time in the day and we just started like playing with them driving to this spot, trying to find her. And we had created so many fun and kind of funny moments. It kind of started feeling like a very strange Quentin Tarantino thing where they're really dark characters, but they're kind of goofy and funny at the same time. And the first cut, when I put that together, I was like, I don't know, man. I kind of like these guys too much right now. I need to hate them. So unfortunately, I got to cut all this great stuff that they were building into the characters. So stuff like that, I do let people play because you want them to try to play and have fun, But at the end of the day, you gotta serve this story.
Well, it's funny because there is a point, and I didn't go into it in my review, and it's not a spoiler, but I wasn't quite sure how to put it down in word form without kind of going into spoilers. But obviously there is a point in the movie where yours and Jason Narvy's characters by necessity end up working together for a period of time. And even though the two of you are very distrustful of one another in the beginning, there is a point where you get on the same wavelength, and for a short period you start quipping back and forth with each other, and some of the comments and the commentary as you're like doing things together, I was like, this almost feels like a different movie in places, but in a good way, because it's like the rest of the movie is so, maybe not nihilistic, that's a bit too far, but it's definitely, all the characters are kind of going through it, and then when that happens, it's almost like you get a bit of levity and relief, and you feel it in both characters getting that as well. And I liked it because it was like, oh, I'm laughing. Where did that come from?
Yeah, you do need to lighten the mood a little bit. But I do feel like also in that moment when they're together in that specific moment. You're talking about the scene with Teresa, right?
The scene with Teresa, but also the build up to going into the warehouse.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 But it starts there when they're together in that moment and kind of working together. And so yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of play there, and or at least in my mind, where I'm like, this is where I can kind of show the differences of these two characters, and like, I'm also trying to, like, I'm guiding the audience in a certain place, and you know what I'm talking about. So it's like you want to feel like this unhinged kind of Spades character versus a little more by the book Bishop detective, and sure enough, like, that opened up to a bit more, like, again, like when we're outside the thing, and he's Spades is a bit rough with with Teresa. She's not a good person. So, and he doesn't care, and he's happy to just, beat her up a little bit, and so it felt right to me to add that in there. It also did, like you said, kind of lighten things up, and the hope was that people would I chuckled whenever I would watch playback, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty funny. And then just random things in there where, it's a really serious, they're going through and they're saving these girls, and he opens up and he sees this girl. At first, maybe we don't know if it's going to be Lana or whatnot, and he sees it's somebody else. And then you just see Spades kind of like peek his head around the door, so it's like things like that, and then I wanted to just keep that kind of idea of, like, Spades has got like one mission, one thing, and it's like, kill all the bad guys, just kill all the bad guys. And he's almost like an animal in that way, and very kind of just wants to get the job done. Direct. Let me do this thing, and it's like, oh, wait, we got a new mission, save Lana. All right, well, where's Lana? This is not Lana, and then things like that. So it's, I did want to play with that. And it was fun to do that, actually. But then, as you know, because of the story, they needed to kind of, like, Bishop needed to become sort of like Spades, he needed to take on that in order to save his daughter, and so there's the way kind of finding where they can blend.
The way I wrote it in my review is that in flashback form, we see that Bishop, or LT, was a very competent soldier on the same level as Jimmy. Now, not necessarily, like, literally, but they were in the same unit, so they had to be fairly comparable. And there's a gun, I didn't say this bit, but there's a gunfight scene where you see that he was comparable, and even other points in the movie where he is pretty decent. And in the warehouse scene, he's basically getting in touch with that part of himself, and he's re-embracing the soldier that he used to be, because it's stopped being a hindrance for this situation. It's like, all this stuff that causes me to struggle on a day-to-day basis. No, not today. This is the reason that I'm still alive, and it's going to be the reason that she's still alive by the end of today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it was fun. It was fun to write that in there, and then, but it was scary, because it's like, can we pull it off? At the end of it all, is it going to make sense? In my head, it makes sense, and I think it makes sense on paper, but I don't
think
know.
There will be people that don't get it, and I think there will be people that do. And I think, unfortunately, some of the people that don't get it can get it, but they're going to struggle because they're going to watch the movie like this.
Right. Yeah.
And obviously, people listening didn't see what I just did, but I held up my phone and started scrolling and then glanced at the screen, because unfortunately, that is the reality. Even people that I know do it. Thankfully, the vast majority of my friends that I watch movies with don't, so I don't have that issue. But I think we've all got that one friend that will say that they don't understand what's happening, and they'll say it would have been better if this happened or was explained, and we all look at them and go, it was. Multiple times, in fact. You just weren't paying attention, and then you can't do anything about that,
Sure. Well, and I get that. And I also get, like, some people won't, like, they'll probably watch the spoiler version first, of this interview. and then go
Oh, they won't,
see.
because I'm not going
the
to put it
film.
out.
But here's the thing, though. It's like even once the movie is out, right, and then you put the spoiler version out there, people are gonna, they're gonna go see that and then go watch the movie, and so
Yeah.
they'll get a different, like,
Experience.
they might still enjoy it, but they're gonna be thinking about it the entire time, whereas that's, as you said before, you don't want to mention that, hey, there's this thing, you're going to be looking for it, but if you could just kind of go in, that's why also the other element that I didn't want to really speak on too much, but we can go into, but that was another idea that I wanted to add in there a little bit later when I was writing the script. But that element also, I think if you don't know that also, and you're just going into this thinking this is just a straight up action movie, you might come away thinking like, I did not expect that. And that was kind of cool. And so I kind of want that too. And I got some of that
exactly
in the
what
screening
I did,
as
just
well.
as a heads up.
Yeah. All right. Well, good.
I thought my final words in my review are, I thought I knew what I was sitting down to watch, and I was pleasantly surprised that I did not. I was correct in that I knew what was going to happen, but as they say, it's the journey, not the destination, and it was a very different journey.
Right. Yeah. Well, I did. That's another thing is like, even if you do know what the story is about and the final outcome of it all, right, you need to still be able to enjoy it, and so does it still satisfy those expectations is a big challenge. Did this thing freeze up? Okay, it looked like it froze for a minute.
No,
But,
I'm just very still.
yeah, you're like, yeah, so it's
I'm intently listening.
right. Yeah, so you want to hopefully satisfy that as well, so if somebody watched a thing that spoiled the entire thing, will you still satisfy that, which is it makes it harder to do that if they've seen the spoiler. So that's why I'm trying to leave as much out as I can, even in a trailer can reveal way too much, and so I wanted to give even in our trailer just enough. There might be a point where I cut in other versions of the trailer when it's been out long enough to where it's like, hey, if you haven't watched it yet, I'm spoiling it now.
Yeah.
Because it needs to find its audience, and I want it to find that unique audience first, who got to see it just like on a whim. Like, yeah, what's this interesting looking poster? Let me click on that and watch it, and then get like this. Oh, what was this? What is this? I want that person first, to be able to discover it, and then go tell their friend, hey, I'm not gonna say anything. Go check this out. Like, that's what I want, and that might be a very small group of people, but that's what I really want, is that kind of cult group that's like, dude, I discovered, like, when I would go to whatever place to find like a new band, randomly find an album, and I'm like, I discovered them, or they've been around for 10 years, but I discovered them. No, it's like I want people to have that same kind of ownership with this film, is to be able to go, dude, I didn't even know these guys were around. This is their first feature film. They did shorts apparently, but I discovered this production company. What's next? Like, that's what I want. And then, of course, everything is welcome after that, but it's like I want to have that core group that's doesn't know what they're getting into, and then enjoy it,
So I'm gonna say a few things, and then we'll try and start approaching an end for your sanity, less than mine. What you just said is actually really funny, because that is exactly how I felt when I found this company called Card House Films. And they had this really interesting looking movie called Love Like Bullets. And I'm not mentioning that just to keep mentioning it. I'm saying that because it feels to me, and you kind of did put this in some of the stuff you sent me, that you have been looking or searching for a way in which you can have your own film production company, essentially, because it feels like that's what Card House was supposed to be. And sadly, like you said, because it took so long for Love Like Bullets to happen, and we didn't get any more. But then Vox Rocket Studio came along, and this time it feels like this is what you were trying to do X amount of years ago with that, but perhaps like with the benefit of a bit more experience. Does that ring true?
It's 100% true. Yeah. David Walden and I have been trying to get things off the ground, and we've shot a bunch of things even since then, and I always try to bring him into stuff. Obviously, he came in and worked on Spades too, with the
To
time that he was
clarify,
available.
Johnny said work on Spades, comma, 2,
Oh,
not
right.
just announce that there's a Spades 2.
T-double-O. Right. Whoops. So I hope, yeah, he's directing Spades too. But, but yeah, that was our, like, we were really trying to get something, and then Love Like Bullets was going to be the first thing. You know, we've both kind of used bits and pieces of that just to put in our demos. Because for what it was a great little shoot, and I think it was an interesting story and a concept. But by the time we had kind of got to the end, we both kind of agreed, yeah, the format maybe isn't the best format, and it's like I've seen this story now in a couple films that since starting it and then finishing it. So it's kind of a bummer. Like it's like, what do we do with this now? And so you're absolutely right. It's a long time coming, and it ended up being now Vox Rocket, and I will bring in David Wald if he's available to maybe direct the next one, or at least one of, like I've already pitched a couple ideas that he's ready to go on. But again, it's like choosing what's next, you know.
So I'm not looking for like specific projects when I ask this question, but it's natural to ask this with what you just said. For a period of time, it really did feel like you liked working with Daniel Southworth, and you obviously already mentioned that his involvement with The Order was pretty much you. A movie we haven't mentioned that I have seen and would also like to talk about when we do this other episode is Get the Girl, which also had you and Dan.
Yeah.
Very briefly coming in like the cavalry at the end, and it's such a good shot of the two of you, funnily enough, in military gear, so you could fit with this perfectly. But would it be fair to say that if this does well and you get to continue making Vox Rocket movies, that familiar faces like Mr. Southworth, maybe even Mr. Jacobus, might pop up in future projects?
100%. Yeah, I absolutely want to bring in a lot of people that I know and are great to work with. Absolutely. But then again, it's like one of those things like it needs to be worth their time too, you know. And so if I want to bring Dan in, it's got to be something really good that he wants to work on, you know. And so finding the right thing, it'd probably be just pitching an idea, seeing if he's available, seeing if he's interested. He's got a lot of stuff too, you know, and he's been doing a lot on his own as far as like becoming a filmmaker and a creator, and went to back to school to just really kind of nail in the I guess the education behind all of it as well. That guy I'm surprised if he isn't already working on stuff that he hasn't done his own thing as well. But absolutely,
He did do a series called Divergence.
that's right. That's right.
But
I forgot about that.
and I'm sure you can relate to this, and I'm going to be very blunt with this. He got screwed by companies that he dealt with when it came to trying to get it out there, wider distribution. And I think he filmed like a Western afterwards, and that's never materialized. And the company that he did, that was it. And I think Divergence, unfortunately, it took a lot out of him, and I don't think he's envying the task of doing all that again.
Yeah, I mean, and I've talked with him a few times about different things like that, and a lot of us have experiences like that. David Wald as well, myself, and just in various different things that I worked on. So I think it's unfortunate that stuff like that can really I think he was turned off to doing independent projects because of that. And then it was a bummer that The Order didn't work out, because it was like, dang, I just brought him into something that is doing that exact thing that he wanted to avoid, you know. So that's kind of a bummer. But I do know that he's extremely supportive, you know, and I'm sure if we can figure out the right thing to bring him in on, then I'm sure he'd be down to play if he's available, for sure. But yeah, I'd love to bring in all kinds of people, you know.
Just out of curiosity, and this is definitely not a planned question, did you ever see Divergence?
I do remember watching it.
Okay, because the
I
reason
want to say Ilram was in there too, right?
possibly I couldn't tell you the names of the cast. There were quite a few other people in it. But the reason why I asked is because when I first saw the trailers for Ark Exitus, if you had told me that it was part of Divergence's storyline, I'd have believed you, because Divergence
Oh,
is
really?
about Divergence is about people who look like you coming from another reality to try and take it over because, and stop me if I heard this before, their world has problems.
Hmm. Yeah. Gosh, I don't even remember that in that Divergent stuff.
It's because it wasn't
I could have
actually
swore I
revealed
watched
until
it.
like much later in the series, but that's what the driving force of
Oh.
why he was like hallucinating and seeing people that wasn't really there. That's what was actually happening.
Oh, that is wild. I didn't even realize that. I don't think I watched the entire thing, but
Most people didn't.
um, yeah, but probably unfortunate.
No,
But
no,
yeah, so Arc
the
Exodus.
last
I
episodes didn't get out properly.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, um, yeah. Well, see, a lot of that. It's funny though. With Arc Exodus, it was actually more of a supernatural thing, more of like a heaven and hell sort of a thing that I was originally writing. Um, and and then whenever Kyle kept saying make it sci-fi, and then it was like okay, yeah, so instead of that then it's another world, and they're coming over, and so that's cool. Like I didn't know that he did. I knew that he did that Divergent thing, but I didn't know that that's what the story was. I remember seeing clips of it though. How many did they shoot of that? They didn't shoot a complete season.
If I think they did, they definitely did 8 episodes. They might have done a dozen, but the end of it, I don't believe they ever shot because
uh
the very very end was very visual effects heavy, and I think, and I must stress, I have not looked this up since it happened, so I might be wrong. I think they ran out of money, so what they were going to do was the last 2 episodes they were going to do a Kickstarter, and they were going to
mm,
look at raising funds so that they could finish the visual effects, which I do vaguely remember happening, but I don't know if those last episodes ever came out. If they did, I
I
certainly
see.
didn't see them, so I don't know exactly what happened with that. But yeah, the
I actually
go on.
I was gonna say I talked to Dan to come work on Arc Exodus, and I told him because Kyle and him maybe I want to say they worked on something or recently
Yes, yes,
or
they did.
in the past.
It,
Okay, because like Kyle mentioned him, maybe you should talk to Dan and have him come out and do some of the action. And I was like, oh, that's a great idea. And I remember hitting him up and thinking, he's not going to want to do this because it's another one of those things. It's going to be like the order. And then I was like, hey, man, you might not want to come out to this, but I want to throw it your way if you're available. And I think he was working on something else at the time. And he was like, yeah, I would if I could, but I can't. But actually, he would have been great. If he would have been able to come out, I would not have been on camera. Maybe as a whatever passing character he can fight, but I would have made him the lead. He would have been playing my character. I don't know. Maybe that's the next thing we do. Maybe we revisit Arc Exodus, but as a feature film, and he's running it. I don't know. We'll see.
my this is me talking, and I appreciate you do it with what you want, but I've always said that because I said the same thing to Eric Jacobus, because when we were talking about Death Grip, my favorite scene of the entire movie is the slow motion bathroom fight, and he pretty much said that all came from you, and he was like, I'm so glad that he did. He said, in retrospect, I wish that I had made a different movie. He said, I don't like Death Grip. And he said, I kind
Mm,
of wish that I'd gotten Johnny in earlier because I think if the two of us had made an action comedy, people would have bought it and it would have been amazing. To which I said, well, it's funny you say that because I've always thought that you, Dan, now Eric, previously like Jason Frank, but even Jason Narvy, like you guys have that same skill set that make me think of the classic like 1980s Hong Kong movies where you had like your Samos, your Jackies, and your Young Bus
mm.
doing martial arts action but with comedy. And I feel like I'm a lot of these DTV movies, they're so serious and they're so like determined to raise stakes, to make everything big, to make everything feel like it's the end of the world, but almost everybody that plays these characters are hilarious when I speak to them. And they have so much charisma, so much personality, you and Dan especially included. And I always think I understand why people do it, and I definitely understand why scriptwriters do it. But these guys are so good at comedy. They're so good at being likable. Why let's get them all together and let them be likable idiots. Like we could still make a cool martial arts movie with a decent story, but just it doesn't have to be it's the end of the world or it's super serious. You know what I mean? Like you guys all
Hmm.
have this great chemistry. Let's use it.
That's funny. Um, well, I think the thing, unfortunately, it's not going to happen from outside of us.
No,
I
no.
think it's going to be basically us going, "Hey, man, you want to come do this thing? Maybe it'll be fun. Maybe it'll be good. Who knows? We'll take a gamble." I agree. I remember when what was it? Was it Contour? Is that what it was called?
Yes,
Eric's. Okay, yeah, because I remember seeing that. I think he
it's
maybe
over
gave
there.
me a
I
copy.
would hold it up.
Yeah, maybe gave me a copy of that a long time ago. Maybe I met him at a convention or something, and then he gave me a copy of it when I passed by his booth. And I watched it, and I was like, "This is funny. This is great," and I loved it. And it had all the things I loved about Jackie Chan and Hong Kong films. They did like I was to meet, and Eric is really good at that. The physical
Yes.
aspect to it. He basically moves like Jackie Chan if he wants to, you know. And I'm like, man, I could really see, and I could see like in my head, I'm like, I've watched all the Jackie Chan movies hundreds of times over, and I'm like, that feels like this movie. That feels like this movie, and I loved so much of what they were doing, and that's why I was really excited about going and working on that. And I do agree that that is the fun moment in there is the bathroom thing. And there was part of me at that moment when I watched the entire film thinking that would have been cool to kind of have throughout, just kind of that is fun. I still think they did a good movie though.
So do I.
Um,
It's
yeah,
that was his words that he said he doesn't
yeah.
he doesn't vibe with it now looking back.
Hmm. Well, I mean that's planted some seeds in my head. It's a matter of now, like, well, maybe I kind of put one together that maybe can work. You know, um, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing that I kept meaning to say and I keep forgetting is you were talking about putting this movie into festivals. Have you come across in your travels one called Fighting Spirit Film Festival?
No, I don't think so. Fighting Spirit Film Festival.
Yeah, if you've got a tab free on your computer, put it in. It's in the north of the UK. It is basically the UK action movie, martial arts movie festival. It usually screens Scott Adkins' new films, but it does a bunch of like
Okay.
indie shorts and random movies from all over the place. I would be very surprised if they wouldn't be interested in doing something with Spades. They might even ask
But
if,
does Spades? Let me ask you a question.
yes, it does.
Does really? Does it fit? It fits a action.
Yeah, yeah, it does. I mean, I get why you would ask that question, but some of the movies that they've had would definitely be like, is this an action movie? So it's not like you have to be completely all out action in order to get into the festival, but I think that the second half of your movie alone. All right, let me put it another way. Just I don't want to be this mean. Spades is more of an action movie than Hellfire is.
Yeah. I mean, it is. It definitely has a little more. But yeah, I hesitate in calling it an action movie, even though we won like I think best action movie. And I think it's like, well, we do have action in there, but it doesn't, and it's kind of sprinkled throughout, but it doesn't really take off until the sort of the third act. Um, but where it goes full on. Um, but yeah, so I hesitate, and like I worry. That's why I haven't really submitted it to a bunch of. I have submitted to a couple, but not a bunch of action specific, because I don't know if they would, accept it as that. Because assuming they're getting straight up martial arts action films, and if they're thinking that this isn't gonna, fill that, or hit all those points that they want to see, I don't think.
I
So I don't
think
know. I
that is
guess I
definitely.
hesitate. No,
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, and they all cost money.
Yes.
Let me look. Oh, I see. Theirs is not until September. So I mean, it's about $40. That's not too bad. I'll probably take the gamble on that. But they don't have a lot of categories either. They only got like 4 categories. I think
Yes.
we only fit into one. We fit into one category, feature films. I guess they separate them on their own. Best director, they do that on their own, I guess. All right, maybe I will.
Well,
submit to
the
it.
thing about
'Cause a
them
lot of
is,
times, sorry, I was gonna say with festivals, you have to submit, and it costs however much the entry submission is, right? But then each one is like, well, do you want to try to qualify for best director or best actor or best action? Each one of those also costs, a certain amount of money. But it looks like theirs is just like one fee, and then you're, I guess, split it. So that's actually much more worth it.
they don't do it to try and get money out of you, which I know sounds silly, but they are genuinely like everybody that runs that show is like, well, me, but also you, in that they appreciate the medium, which is why, they've had premieres for films at their festival. They've, had people from America come in, so it's like, if
Mm.
I'm not trying to like build them up to anything, I would be not shocked, that's not the word, but it wouldn't surprise me if they were like, hey, you want to come have a UK premiere?
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely, I'll submit to this one. It's not crazy. I like how it's just a one-time thing. The festival things, it's kind of a ripoff. A lot of them.
Yeah.
Because you have to pay to submit, and you may not get selected. There's no guarantees, and who knows how many are there. Do they even watch the complete film? For me, it's like, well, if you're not watching the complete film, then it's it's a waste. Because you're not going to get the full effect. And I've seen there's been many, and a lot of them, I don't even know if they know, but like with the link, like for instance, the link I sent you, it shows me if you watch the entire film or not. It sends me, whatever the analytics are. So whenever I've submitted to festivals and I'm seeing the deadline coming up, I double check to see, have they taken a look at the film yet? And then I've seen there's been a handful, I think actually 5, that we were not selected. And they didn't even view the film, And I'm like, wow, they just took the $50 and ran, And then
Yeah.
so that's kind of a bummer. So it's like, you don't know. So it's good to know that you would recommend one. And in looking at it right now, it's like, it's just one fee, it looks like. And then you're just automatically included into the lineup of potential awards that they do, which is super cool that it's one thing.
Thing is with them as well is I actually know some of the people who've submitted to them. I know a bunch of the people who go to it, and it's like every year I say to myself, is this the year that I'm finally going to meet these people? Because like we've been in talks since their very first festival, because it was like the year before I started this podcast, and I just
Oh, interesting.
the problem is I used to live a lot closer to it. Now being in the Southwest, I'm like on the other side of the country, so it's like it's not like I could just do it on a whim.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, okay, cool. So you're not going to get a percentage of the $40 I submit?
I have a specific visual effects question, one that did I ask you? No, this is a question that came up with director Sean Piccinino on a couple of his movies. The guns that you used, did they have any kind of motion or chambering to them or any recoil, or were they just like flat stock replicas?
No, every single one of them that we had has gas blowback on them,
okay.
so
Okay.
CO2, and so that we started everything with pumping gas into them. But at a certain point, I kind of realized that was just taking too much time.
Yeah.
10 minutes, reload the guns. Each gun has to be loaded up, and then it's like, then you're gonna, just so you can get a blowback And so at some point, very earlier on, I was like, I'm not even sure if it's registering that it's, chambering at all or any of that stuff. I'll just do it in post. Unfortunately, I'm going to need to spend the time on it. I did that with Ark Exitus. We even had blowback on it, but it just took too much time. In this film, even though we did have the blowback on the guns, it was taking too much time that I just said, forget it. Mock the motion. And then so I added in the chamber. If it wasn't done, I had to add it in with the guns coming out and the smoke and whatever else. So there are very few moments when it is actual, but most of them, I put them in there because it just was a time waster. Again, this is one where it was like, if we had the time and the budget, yeah, gas them up so that we can do it. But ultimately, it was saving me a lot of time, to not have them go reset all the guns.
I think because I highly doubt anybody else is going to say this, but well done on all the visual effects, because like stuff like that, I wouldn't have guessed it was every weapon when you needed to, but there was the shot in the forest where you do a flashback, but not to the other flashbacks, where you see that criminal shoot the girl or shoot something. I can't remember exactly, because he hits her, she falls over and dies, and then I think he like shoots her to make it look like it wasn't him or something. But I noticed the gun fully goes back, but in another sequence I was like, are the guns actually moving? Like, I wouldn't have even really noticed if it wasn't for this conversation I had with another director about his movie where the guns definitely weren't moving. And I was like, is that visual effects? Because it looks really good either, and it doesn't look quite like a CO2 gun. And so with what you've just said, I'm like, wow, that's really impressive. But also, no wonder this film took you so long.
Yeah, it's every single one, and a lot of times, and if you went in there to each of the guns and frame by frame would check, you would see they move. But sometimes it's so fast or it's within some other motion that you're not going to totally catch it unless you went and checked it frame by frame. But I would say majority of them, even with the blowback, it wasn't registering, so I had to like add it in there so that it would actually register. The nice thing with some of those gas blowback is like you see a little bit of the gas come out. So sometimes it had that smoke, but then whenever most of the film didn't have that, I was like, that's an element I really liked seeing in there, was that extra bit of gas coming out from a couple components outside of, where the bullet releases and where the gun, the actual bullet or the shell comes out. So it was like adding those in everywhere where it felt like it was missing at that point. But then that was like, I did it one way and then it was like revisiting again. So it did take me 2.5 years because I'm extremely picky. This is me going, all right, I got to just stop. Otherwise I'll be on this thing forever. So
did you add in the laser pointers as well in the warehouse to the guards that come in?
A couple were real and a couple were not. Yeah. So our batteries were running out and it was quicker to just add them in there than to, replace the battery. So yeah, for sure there was moments that they were real and times where it was like, I'm just going to put it in post.
This is probably the only time where the phrase fix it in post has been said and it's actually been fixed in post and everybody's happy.
There was a lot. I'll mention you one of them, and I don't know if you caught it or not, but in the church sequence, when Bishop goes and he's like talking to Bella, his jacket, there's actually a couple things. His jacket, the collar is up.
Yes.
And I didn't notice it because we were running out of, it was like one day and we had two big giant scenes to shoot. And so light was already gone and it was like, we just need to shoot this. And so I had like at least 2 cameras running and I was looking at one, just focused on like the framing on one and then checking and not even like just making sure they're saying the right words. And it wasn't until I got it in the edit that I was like, his collar, what is going on with his collar? Why did I not notice? Why did nobody else notice that one collar is up? And so I had to, and I couldn't do it with every single one of the shots because it wouldn't track. I had to go in and put his collar down, you know? And so in some of the shots, I was able to successfully put it down. And other times there was just no way that I could like draw it out and frame by frame do it without it being ridiculous. And so in some shots I was like, I'm just leaving it. I can't track it. It's too dark or something was wrong. I can't track it. And sometimes it was behind the other person. So I'm like, I can only track part of it. So I replaced it as many times as I could to put his collar down. But also in the same shot, like there was a spot, like a thing on Narvy's nose. And I don't know if it's a tissue, a booger or whatever, but there was something on his nose that when we were watching it, Narvy was like, what's that on my nose? And I was like, dang it. Because I had seen it and I thought maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just like a crease in his nose. And he's like, what's that on my nose? And I'm like, dang it. And so then I had to go back in and erase this thing that's on his nose and track it every single time that he was there. So I was like watching him the whole time, just getting this spot on his nose and his stinking collar. And then I had to revisit it again because of a bounce issue. But all of that over again. So that's why it took so much time. But yeah, there's so many things in there, things like that I just had to take out of the film. There's a moment in the church again. The church, I hate that sequence. It's a necessary sequence, but I hate it. I hate it because of how much time I had to spend on it. But there's a moment where I'm shooting, I'm holding the camera, and like whatever character is, and it was whatever angle I had, and I remember he goes like, are there cameras in the church or whatever? And the priest goes, no. But like in one of my other shots, I'm pointing and I'm looking there's a camera right there in the background that I'm going to have to erase out of every single one of these shots. And so it's like, literally, he's like, are there cameras? And it's like, yes, I can see it right there. but I know I'm going to be taking it out. So there's like literally every single scene, there's something that had to be removed or taken or changed or some visual effect, even if it was just the picture or the picture frame or the putting the right picture into the frame, various different things, adding a slight, whatever, haze or smoke or light to something that was missing, all over the place. But it's those things that you don't notice though. Hopefully, right? It's what I'm hoping that most people will go through, not even realizing, unless I go through with the commentary and I'm like, guess what? That wasn't really there. I put that building in there, so there's a lot of that sort of thing like that. There's, again, like in a couple of the shots, not a whole lot, whereas you'll find some of the Easter eggs if you're looking, but I had to replace buildings. I had to replace car logos, people, their faces, it's like, that's not really that person standing there in the crowd. I comped a completely different head and face over that person or whatever. So, there's a lot of that in there. Logos and all kinds of things.
I saw the one that you posted where you used an image from a shoot that you and Narvy did a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
And I did notice the collar being up, and the only reason why it stuck out to me is because I think I was so like looking at the character, I actually registered it the wrong way around. I thought the scenes where the collar was down was the mistake. Because it looked like he was disheveled and it just come in, and obviously he kind of is at this point. And so there is a shot where you see like the collar pushed up against him, and I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense because he really, he doesn't care. And then a few moments later, obviously they talk to her, and then you look back and the collar's down, and I was just like, well, now he's gone into work mode. He's like put it down. Like I genuinely remember having this thought. Like I just assumed that was by design.
No, it was like it's up in most of the shots, the majority of the shots, and I was able to successfully put it down enough and comped a whole new neck on him, and half his face to hide it. But and other times it was just impossible for me to do. And I was just like, I can't do it. So
I also will say, like, I think I tried to say this earlier and then we went off on a tangent, but the use of color and the color correction that I assume was you, that
Mhm.
on the film really helps it stand out in terms of what you're looking at, in terms of it almost feeling like, because you described the film as neo-noir, and I could definitely feel the noir part of that. Even though it's in color, it has a very stylized hue to everything. And like I even said in my review, like some of the sequences indoors, especially where you use just reds and purples, which is funny because you're currently surrounded by purple and blue. Um, it's it really works. Like the shot of Saito looking at the screens and he's just bathed in that
Oh.
purple light. It's like, yeah, there's a reason that you sent that to me as promotional material because it just looks fantastic. And there's so many shots like that that you wouldn't necessarily expect. I think is the reason why it stood out to me. You know.
Ah, good. I'm glad. I mean, I did spend a lot of time just trying to figure out what I wanted to do with it. I captured everything raw, with the intention of knowing that I was gonna lean one way or the other on it, but I didn't want to make final decisions. But there were plenty of times where I was setting up specific color tones. I was like, I need this color and this color for this scene. And I can't remember either one of the stunt guys or somebody had asked, why are you setting up this light like this? And I'm like, well, this scene is going to tie into what we shot 3 days ago. This red is going to match this right here. And of course they're like, what? I don't understand it. It just seems so random, why I was setting up certain colors. But I was like, no, I'm showing you without showing you the layout of the warehouse. I'm tying the scenes together. And so I'm glad it kind of worked and it kind of came together. But I kind of visited all sorts. There was even moments where I had Bishop in more of it was black and white at one point. But then I wanted because you're telling the story and kind of you're following him, and then you get an introduction of a certain color with Lana, and then it's like, okay, now I'm going to carry that color into it. And then you get the introduction of, Saito and then his place. And then that becomes, and then so the colors all start to bleed into each other and then affect each other as you go along. And it's one thing where you kind of really have to step back and kind of look at to really get what I was doing. And it wasn't like a thing where I wrote down, it needs to do this and that, super, but it was just enough to where it would feel, I guess if you were to go back and look at it again, you might be able to connect the dots a little bit better. But I wanted it sort of to be subconscious as well. But I'm glad. I mean, I was happy with that. We chose the right lenses and we shot this whole thing anamorphic. Out of the car stuff because I had we stole those street locations. And so, so all the car stuff was like late at night at 3 a.m. when hopefully there were no cops. There's that scene across the bridge, right? Where I'm driving across the bridge. And I wanted to stay on that shot a lot longer. But there was cops kind of following us a little bit at a certain point, but there was that shot that we ended up using was the best out of the ones that we got. But I couldn't stay on it too long. First, there was a bump in the road where the camera shifted too much, but then at the tail end, if I pull back, I ended up having to even crop in, but I felt like it's okay because we're telling the story. And then once you get to the end of it, you're going to understand it. But it kind of gets a little supernatural and weird and speeds up a bit and crops in. But if I left it wide, which I really originally wanted to do, this bridge, there was no cars. It was a perfect time to shoot. There were people crossing, but I cut them out. But as the car's going in the middle of the city, LA, Los Angeles, a tractor comes driving down the opposite side of the road. Like I had this beautiful shot of the car and I'm like, yes, yeah, what is that light? Is that a tractor? It's like, what? As I watched playback and I was like, oh my gosh, there's a tractor at the end of this shot. And so I ended up having to crop it and adjusting the speed to make it work at least, to have what we had. But Yeah, I was so bummed that there was this random guy on a tractor just like, hey, what are you guys doing? Yeah, it's
I don't
weird.
think you could have
In the middle.
offered me. Well, it wouldn't have mattered how much money you offered me then. Tractor was not even entering my head as an option for
No.
coming across in a bridge in the middle of Los Angeles.
Yeah, and I don't think there was any farmland. Yeah,
Oh,
that I know of.
that actually does remind me of something I was going to ask real quick because I'm hoping this won't be a massively long answer. But why did you decide to set this movie in San Angeles?
I I just didn't want to do Los Angeles.
Oh, okay.
Um, you know, and so I needed a badge, right? And so I needed cop badges. And the thing is, it's silly because you won't even see it. Um, so I had to order these badges, and they wouldn't let me order a Los Angeles, detective whatever badge and so I was like, all right, for sure, if I just make up a place, San Angeles, and then if I think about it, it's been in comics and it's been all kinds of things in the past, so it's like whatever, right? It's like whatever future maybe, in fantasy world, and so I ordered these badges, detective badges that said San Angeles on them. But when I was ordering, they sent back the thing and they were like, well, we need proof that you actually are a detective and you need to send us all your stuff from San Angeles. And I was like, hey, so San Angeles isn't a real place.
Yeah.
I was like, it's like, this is just a movie. And then they were like, oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. And then they sent us the badges. So it was really because I knew I was going to have to print, license plates or whatever else that's San Angeles or whatnot. So I didn't want to have like any issue, getting things. And so I had to come up with something. And that was the easiest thing to come up with. That would still kind of lend it to what the place could look like or whatever. Right.
Yeah. Sorry, I think I'm still laughing internally about the tractor. There is one last sort of not question, but more of no, it is a question, but it's a statement. When Ark Exitus came out, I saw a review, and that review has stayed with me because it's stupid. But I also want to kind of give it some credence because I think Spades is going to run into this review, and it's unique to you. It's not like a DTV action type of review. And it's very similar to the guy that we referenced at Power Morphicon, who said, you could have shot all of this on your iPhone for less than $1,000 and it would look the same. And I wasn't even there, and I was like, how much would it cost to get a flight so I can hit him in the back of the head?
Yeah.
And I saw a review for Ark Exitus that basically said something to the effect of, I like this movie and I think it's got good production, but I just can't buy into Johnny and Jason because they're trying to be really serious and they're using their Batman voices. It's like, I know what you sound like, guys. Just stop. And I read this review a good like 3 or 4 times to try and what? And then I realized it's like, oh, you're comparing how they sounded and acted in 1994 to 2020 and 2026 and going, you don't sound the same. What you doing? Stop it. And I'm like, how is this a real review that I'm reading? This is painful.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we get that kind of thing, and we're gonna get that thing forever, and in one way, it's like, well, it's cool because we have the history of Power Rangers or anything we've done previously, and that's why I always pretty much try to either add an Easter egg or pay some nod to the things that I've done, and I'll kind of pepper in these things so that somebody could be like, hey, it's morphin' time, whatever the mask comes on it, right? So it's like, I do want to honor those people as well because they are fans, but they'll always say something like that, that's like, okay, but, and it's okay, but it's like, yeah, I guess you don't really understand what we're doing, and part of it's a little, I don't really know how to take it sometimes, but I do get that kind of thing a lot, and it's like, well, what do you want me to do? Are you telling me to just give up? Just stop trying to create something? Um, and I always tell people that ask me, how do I get into voice actor? How do voice acting? How do I do this or whatnot? And I'm like, well, you got to start, and that might mean learn how to act. And I say this all the time too. If you want to be a carpenter, you got to start cutting wood at some point, and then eventually, you get to something. If you want to, I would tell my band whenever we rehearsed all the time. They're like, hey man, I just want to get picked up or signed or whatever. It's like, look, if you want to be a professional musician, professional band, we got to train and practice like a professional, and it's like, you want to be a professional athlete, you got to train like one. And so for me, everything that we're doing is getting us to that point, and this is just part of the stepping stone. It's like doing our little shorts, yeah, Ark Exitus, it's not perfect, the Spades is going to come out and people are going to be like, yeah, but I could tell it was Johnny, or whatever. They're going to have some comment, and but I'm like, yeah, this is our first feature film, what am I going to do? Say, let me see your first feature film.
Yeah.
Let me see you do it. Let me see you take, if they're going to say like an iPhone and shoot the entire thing. It looks just like I shot on my iPhone. Do it. Prove it to me that you can do this. Do like $50,000. You take $50,000 of your own money, write your own story, and go make your movie. If you can make a movie first off and finish it, hats off to you, because it's very hard to do. But if you can do it, and if you can make it look, I mean, some people probably could, make it look great, then that's it. That's your beginning. That's your start. Now you're going to go from there and make even better things, for sure. But people don't go and do it, and there's a lot of people, even I know other actors that I've talked to where they can be super critical about my film or whatever. And then they talk about the things that they want to do, but they haven't even started to try to do them yet. And it's like, well, how long are you going to wait? I know some people that have got some great stories, and I'm like, dude, let me write this story. I'll shoot it, or you can shoot it, or whatever. And then they turn around and said, no, I just want to do it myself. And I'm like, okay, you do it yourself. That's fine. But I really think you got a great story, and I want to encourage you in that. Do it, because it's good. It needs to be seen. But then they end up, years go by and they don't do it, So for me, this was I got to just do it, And even though I can't look at it and say it's perfect, it's got its flaws, but it's the first one. It's the first feature film, and hopefully it goes up from here.
I'm sure.
Next thing you know, the budget goes down, and we are shooting on the iPhone.
No, I obviously don't know what distribution platform you're on, but I suspect that this will be onwards and upwards. I've been proven wrong in the past, but I'm usually pretty good at knowing which ones are gonna have some success. It's always harder when it's on like a streaming platform, because you never really know, because they don't publish numbers and everything. But if we were talking like sales, I think this would be an easy one for my sort of audience and mutual friends to get. And I think it's got enough in it that people who would say, oh, I'm not really into action films, that's like, well, that's good, because it doesn't call itself an action film, and there's an awful lot of mystery and story and narrative that I can't even talk about without spoilers. So does that get your attention? Because I think it will, and I think that's a nice little entry point for people. And then if they want to go and check out Death Grip or any of the other stuff, and then be like, oh wow, I didn't know Johnny could do all this stuff. And it's like, well, if you could find it, watch Broken Path. It's got basically no story, but my God, is the fights in that some of the most amazing things you've ever seen. And I think that I've done that with people on this show, where they've heard of these movies, but they've gone, is it really like as good as people say though? And it's like, why would we talk about it so much if it wasn't? And then they finally watch it, and it's like, why did I wait so long? I'm so annoyed at myself.
Yeah, I mean, I do hope that a lot of people do see it, and that we can, in that generate a decent following of fans of the I guess the IP, the story, the characters, because I'd love to continue these characters again later. We definitely aren't going to do it next. We're certainly going to do something like a different story altogether. But it was a lot of fun to get it done and the process, and to finally get to this point to where we can kind of talk about it, and it will be up in as many platforms that will accept it. They're going to send it everywhere if they can. If that audience comes back and is constantly saying, when are we getting Spades 2? Then you're going to get Spades 2. But until then, we're going to change gears and go with some kind of new story, something different, but something hopefully that feels like a good progression for us as a company, so that people watch this one, it's mystery, thriller with some action. What's next? Are we going to do a horror with some action, or what's the next step? Are we going to go more character driven? So it's trying to find that balance. The progression is going to be tricky, but we'll definitely be doing something different next.
One of the things that I wanted to say on behalf of other people, because I genuinely had forgotten until just this moment, is I saw that you went through some of the posts on my Instagram account and clearly liked what you saw. So you know that I've been speaking to a few different people, but two people in particular that wanted me to sort of wish you congratulations on actually getting this out and to pass the finish line was Steve Wang and Peter Shinkoda.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Steve Wang. Wow. Yeah, I haven't seen that guy in ages. He did that, what was it? The Common Writer thing that he
Dragon
did.
Knight, yeah.
Yeah, Dragon Knight. And originally, the idea was to maybe bring in me and Ruben Langdon to play those parts. But I think it got shot down by whoever at the time. But he's great, man. I really loved what they did in Drive.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. And of just his creature design stuff, all that kind of special effects stuff is amazing. That's cool, man. Yeah. I hope he's doing well.
He's very, very busy. But he did sort of hint that he would. So you actually got a little bit of a plug in that, because he basically was saying that him and Mark Dacascos have another script that they've been trying to get off the ground for ages, and then a film came out and now he's not sure if he should do it because it's very similar. And I was like, no, I've already had my heart broken with Love Like Bullets. Don't tease me with another Mark Dacascos movie for the same reason. Action movies and all movies are very much, there's always going to be a movie I could go out and find and say, you're not original. I found 5 others from other countries that are exactly the same that came out 60 years ago. But part of the thing he was saying is what you said about independent movie making. And I said, it's really interesting that you say that you are struggling, or that you wish that you could get these productions off the ground, because that is essentially why Johnny has made his own movie with his own company, for the exact same reasons. And I just got finished talking to Peter Shinkoda at the time, and Casper Van Dien and Louis Mandylor, and you're all saying the same thing. And the bit that I find so crazy is everybody seems to agree on the problem, but nobody wants to be like, let's get in touch with each other and do our own things. Some of them do, and it sounds like you've ended up doing the same thing, where you've got a bunch of people now that you like working with, so those are the people you're going to keep working with, and then slowly, as needed, bring in others, and if you need to. And it was interesting because Peter Shinkoda especially was like, I would love to work with Johnny again. Like, I see him all the time at conventions, and I had no idea. And like you said, I think there are a lot more filmmakers, actors, creators that have these ideas, but for whatever reason they don't pursue them. And then it's like when somebody finally does, it's like everybody needs to like get on board and be supportive and help, or even like throw their own names in the hat rather than just judging from a distance and being like, oh, I could do better. But that never does. So it was really nice that so many of these guys were like, Johnny's made a movie? That's awesome. Is it out? Can I go watch it? I want to see it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The other thing is too, it's like, because even like Peter and any of those guys, you think it's like, oh, I would love to bring them in, you know? And then it's like, but is the part that I want them to play good enough for them, you know? And it's like, I want it to be perfect for them. And so then you feel the hesitation of like, don't want to call him in for something that's small and not quite there. And then it's, where is he at? You know, the Steve Wang thing. Did he mention the film?
But this film.
The film that he had written.
Oh, he didn't say what it was called, but he did talk
Okay.
about it a fair amount. Yes.
That was something that, if he's talking about the same one, that was supposed to be done a long time ago. And I remember thinking, if this can happen, oh my gosh, please. I can't wait to get in there and do this. But it didn't, you know, and I don't know if it can happen now. But yeah, if it's the same one that I'm thinking of that was based on an anime, dude, it would have been pretty sweet to get in there and do that. But yeah, but I don't know. It probably isn't that same one, because I think the characters now would have to be totally different, because it's been many years for us. And so, but yeah, no, I mean, I absolutely want to bring in people. It's just, you know, what's next, and then can I afford to bring them in? You know?
Oh yeah, that is unfortunately the thing that nobody thinks about when they think about those sorts of, like, wouldn't it be cool to have Shinkoda, Southworth, Bush, Bosch, Narvy? Like, yes. How are you going to pay for all of that? That's your problem.
Fly them in, yeah. Fly them in from wherever they're at. Put them up. Make sure you pay them. Feed them well. You know, there's a lot to consider there too. You know, and then it's like, are you running a SAG project? You know, everybody's SAG. You know, it's like, how do we get everybody in on it? You know, unless you're going to be shooting this thing in your backyard with with friends, then that's a different story. You could probably get away with it that way, but you know, we don't want anybody to get in trouble. You know, or anybody to call up SAG and, hey, can you double check to make sure that everything's by the book in this? So you know, that makes things a little tricky and messy. Because
Yes.
then with SAG, you know, which does try to like watch out for people, it's like you got to put in a certain amount of the budget down ahead of time. And then it's like, well, gosh, that would have paid for, you know, whatever, an entire location and a whole few days, you know, and insurance or whatever else. So that's where also things get a little tricky. You know, it's like this one, we couldn't shoot as a union thing, so we had to go out and do things like just a small group of guys shooting stuff, you know, like you would. You could call up your buddies and go shoot something in, you know, the woods somewhere, you know. Still got the insurance and everything covered, but you know, it's how can you really do things like my budget would have been a lot more, unfortunately, if I would have done that, which I would have preferred to do it the other way, but it just doesn't make sense. You know?
I don't know if you know or not. This is the last thing, and then we genuinely will wrap up. Doug Sloan has recently put out a book about his time on Power Rangers.
Oh, really?
Yes, and he's quite forthcoming about a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff. And
is there some dirt?
Yeah, I mean, he has tried to go out of his way to not like cause international incidents. And he said that he's spoken to everybody that he's mentioned, in terms of like if there's a negative.
Wait, am I mentioned? Because he didn't speak to me. Am I mentioned in it?
I was literally just going to say, it's because you and Amy Jo, I think, are the only two that he's like, these guys, no problems, worked really hard, would love to work with them again. Yeah. Well, it like, I don't want to get too into it, but like he really has sort of, to a surprise, given what he says later in the book, he's really put himself in the crosshairs of some people, because like his first day on set was the first day Jason David Franco on set, and he met the rest of the cast, and he made a point of saying that includes Austin St. John, and I know what people say out there, and I didn't see any of this, and he was real nice, and him and Jason Frank got on fine to begin with. And but the reason why I bring him up is because he made a point of saying that, you know, people don't realize about the show was non-union thing. He said, I was making $1,000 a week when I was hired, if the show had been union, you'd need at least another zero on the end to get someone's attention, and you'd need the number to be doubled to be minimum. And he said, that is ridiculous for like a kid that was ecstatic that I was getting to write scripts for VR Troopers. And then, get a few years later, I'm coaching people, and it's like, it was more than enough. But people don't realize the difference between like a non-union project and a union project. Your costs are gonna skyrocket, not necessarily for any real benefit.
Yeah, I mean, Doug was great. I liked him, and he was. I won't go on a big tangent, but he was one of those guys where he was up in the writer's room, basically.
Yes.
Was upstairs, and I tell this story where I try to write a story, and he was the one who kind of sat me down and gave me a box of
his side of the
tapes.
story.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember thinking like I was like, anybody could do this. I'm gonna go try to write a script. It's easy. It's cheesy Power Ranger stuff. Shouldn't be a problem at all. But then after watching the Sentai stuff and the monster peeing on the Rangers, I was like, I don't think I could do this. I don't know how you guys do this.
Yeah, I mean, of all the episodes you could have picked, that is potentially the worst one. I think the only worst one you could have picked is when the Gold Ranger first shows up. I know that in Japan, that monster that you guys fought had a partner, and it was a human woman who was quite literally a dominatrix, complete with gear and whip. And I'm like, good luck making that work.
Yeah, no, it was like after I had seen some of that Sentai one specifically, I realized, I was like, man, they really have to do some gymnastics to make this work as writers. You think, it'd be pretty easy to write, hey, the group of kids in high school, and then a monster shows up, and then, nah, there's a lot more to it, but yeah, that's cool. Well, I guess I got to read that book then, huh?
Yes, definitely read the book. I listened to the audiobook, and I liked hearing it because it's his voice, but
it's actually even better, I think.
I don't want to be derogatory,
No.
but there was a lot left to be desired in the editing.
Oh, okay, huh.
There's lots of mistakes that haven't been edited out, multiple takes of the same line that you listen to again and again, and it really saddens me because he
weird.
made a point of saying that he's waited for that the audiobook didn't release because there was a production company working on it, and I'm like, did they?
They just put it out. That's funny. Well, I'll probably still listen to it just to get a sense of what you're talking about. But I actually, I don't know if I'll ever do it, but I wrote like kind of my history, and there's a lot of that stuff in there too. But it's like, because you mentioned a lot of things that make not only yourself look bad, but a lot of other people look bad too. But you don't want them to come across it. I don't like. There's everything. We all grow, so we all make mistakes, So I try to, like when I was trying to write like that stuff, I have like in my notes, and now it's on my phone, where I have this, just my journey into television and my dreams, and then so it's a very long, just like my tangents here. It's a long-winded thing, so I don't know if it'll ever get done. And I also feel like now that it's just, I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever do it. But like everybody's writing books. Everybody's using AI now to do their books. And so, I don't know. I'd love to see, so he doesn't say anything bad about me, huh?
No.
But
to be fair, he doesn't say anything bad about the majority of the cast.
I wouldn't think so, but there's
an
stuff
exception
that could come across. Right. I was going to say, there are some things that could come across that way.
I fear you can guess which cast member because everybody else seems to have. But it's mostly he tells the reality of what being on that production is like and how difficult it was, and dealing with certain people who kind of made it difficult.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, I was there. We don't talk about all those things though.
No,
because we don't want to make anybody look bad, and everybody was like kind of growing up through this thing, so. And that's the tricky thing now is like, yeah, we could talk about all these kinds of things, but then somebody's going to take it and make that person seem like a bad person when it's like, oh no, they're just kind of everybody's growing, you know, and going through their experiences, and maybe it takes them a little longer to learn, you know. But anyways, thanks for taking the time, man. I don't even know if we talked enough about spades. Do you have enough stuff here? Did we even mention spades?
Yes, we definitely mentioned spades. That
All right.
I think people will enjoy the origin story if nothing else, and there is definitely enough of spades in here. I still would like to do a follow-up where we could talk about all your other projects without having to keep trying to bring us back to spades. Not anytime soon. We've spoken for hours, so I get it.
Yeah, you got a couple episodes, man. Yeah, this is the Johnny Yong Bosch series.
Don't give me that dismissive. The spoiler episode is going to be very short in comparison. But yes, where can people find you if they want to see more spades, if they want to follow the studio, and they want to follow you?
Yeah, well, they can find me. The easiest place to find me is on Instagram. That's where I'm most active. And I usually post on Instagram, and then it will automatically go to Facebook, and occasionally I visit Twitter or X. But Instagram, and it's at Johnny Young Bosch, Y-O-N-G, not Y-O-U-N-G, and B-O-S-C-H. So Johnnny Yongbosch. That's where you can find me on Instagram. And then Vox Rocket Studio is our production company, and so I do post more specific to the stuff that we've been doing film wise. And so as soon as, like, I'm kind of waiting right now, the last thing I think we posted was like we signed a deal, and so next we're kind of waiting to see, and this might take a little while for it to land in a certain place, and at least one of those, if it shows up at one of the places, one of the platforms, then we'll start promoting there. Unfortunately, because we're indie and we don't have like the power to say where we land and when we want it to come out, it's just going to be whoever accepts it whenever they put it up. That's when we're going to say, you can get it here, you know, you'll be able to get it other places, but right now you can get it here. So it's going to be up on as many places as possible. But
Hello.
yeah, bro. just cut together all the times we freeze up. That's going to be episode 1.
That's the bloopers. Oh,
Right.
that's the point, actually, because you need to finish what you were just saying, but just a yes or no answer. Is there a bloopers reel for spades? Okay.
We have not. I don't know when that'll ever be seen, but yes, there's definitely stuff.
But what
And
you were
there's
just
a
saying
lot.
when you froze for me is because unfortunately you're indie and then I didn't get any more than that.
Oh, it's we don't have control of when it's going to be up and where it's going to be up. We
Okay.
know that they're going to there's specific places they usually go to: Amazon, Apple, whatever the Google one is, YouTube, and so it's going to be up on Tubi even, I think, at some point. I don't know the order of those things or when they're gonna, like, whoever says, yeah, okay, we think your film's good enough to put up on our thing, and so it's going to be wherever it's accepted, and then as soon as we know, we're just going to promote it, you know.
So by the time people hear this conversation, because it's going to take me a while to edit it, the I had a
6
conversation.
months later.
It won't be that long, but um, there's a guy called Mark Klibanoff, and he's I probably can't say where he is right now, but he's currently about to direct a new Michael Jai White film, and but he's also a writer, a producer, but he's also a distribution agent, and we had him on the show not too long ago, and he basically said that he is fighting tooth and nail to get people to realize that Tubi will make your film make money and you will get your budget back within 6 months. And all the other
Yeah.
platforms couldn't care less if you release on them or not, because most of them will never earn you money and they are a waste of time now. They used to be really good and worth it, but now they're not. And he said, if you put your movie on Tubi, it's already starting to happen, but he reckons, like, I'll bet money that by the end of the year, certainly next year, Tubi isn't going to be thought of as the place where trash movies go to die. It's going to be recognized as it's where a lot of independent cinema is going, because that's what makes money. And that will eventually start winning out over being on the prestige platforms like Netflix.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. In our research, someone as big as Amazon does not pay nearly as well as Tubi.
Yeah.
And it's like Tubi and YouTube. YouTube's like the biggest streaming platform. And so there's those things that we have to take into consideration. We were even told you might need to do a separate cut of the film where you cut out anything that's potentially gory, or any cuss words or things like that, so that you can have this other version of the film that whatever families could watch or something. And in my head, I'm like, how in the world am I going to do that?
Yeah, I've
What?
never heard of
You
that. That's
know?
weird.
Yeah. So, so there's that bridge that I'm not sure yet if I want to cross, but potentially may. But you're absolutely right. Tubi is, and it's frowned upon. Like a lot of people think, if it's up on
Yeah.
Tubi, it's failed. It's like, no, no, no. Actually, Tubi is gonna pay you the best at this point right now. So yeah, we've heard that many times talking with distribution outlets, and so in my research, that's what it sounds like to me. So absolutely, we're gonna be there. If they accept our film and like it. But yeah, hopefully we'll see where it lands. Though we'll be promoting all that stuff.
Well, thank you very much, Johnny. It has been an interesting night. Of
Hopefully,
it.
you can make one cohesive thing out of it.
I am sure I will. It might not be the most smooth of episodes
Well,
I've ever
yeah,
made.
the title is gonna be Johnny Young Bosch, whatever the heck tangents we went on. Just call it tangents. Tangents with Johnny Young Bosch, episode 1.
The thing is what I would normally call this episode is a conversation with Johnny on Bosch.
There you go.
But if I do that, people won't realize that we're talking about spades.
And spades, right? Conversation with Johnny Young Bosch. Oh, and spades.
That's why I titled the other episode Johnny on Bosch Talks Hellfire, because that's how I can distinguish between people just going off on random shit and actually talking about a specific movie. But because we may come back and talk about random shit and other movies, I'm going to have to think about how to title this. But
yeah,
thank you very much for your time today. People know where to find you. All that remains for me to do is to hand you guys over to the me of the future to give this a better outro and work all that stuff out. See you in a sec, guys. And there you have it, folks. That's it. That's the end of the episode. Thank you very much for sticking with me. Sadly, I had to cut out the little bit at the end there, which was very comical, where Johnny Bosch says, "We made it." There was no video to sync it up with, and it just didn't quite fit. But we had a good time. We carried on talking for another half an hour of stuff that I can't talk about. But it was probably one of the best evenings I've had. He was so open and so just happy to keep talking. I know he was very tired by the end of it, so was I, but every time I thought we're going to wrap it up, he was like, no, let's just keep going. So I've cut the interview down to as much as I dare so that it all flows and makes sense. I did eventually just start leaving stuff in because it's a conversation, and I didn't want to be that guy that was just making it seem like I'm cutting every 10 seconds, especially as this is a video. It's going to be a lot more noticeable for the people watching than it would normally be for those just listening. As you also heard in that episode, Johnny is not done with us yet. First of all, there will be the spoiler version of this episode. At the moment, it's looking like maybe 45 minutes or 40 to 50, somewhere around there, once I've actually figured out how I'm going to make that all make sense, because it is literally me cutting pieces out of it as we went along. Thankfully, we did have like a 10 to 20 minute chunk at the end that meant that I could just... That's going to be real easy to fit in, but the rest of it, I might have to be a bit more clever with how I set that up, but that will come out. And then, fingers crossed, we can find some time to actually sit down and have a conversation with him about all of his previous movies that I know a lot of us action fans are big fans of, especially Broken Path. That is the one that, let's be real, everybody wants to hear about, and he was very excited at the idea because, to be blunt, not many people ask him about that stuff. Obviously, Broken Path he does get questions about, but I mean, if you watch this, then you saw his face when Death Grip got mentioned, or even Hellbinders, or even Devon's Ghost, which I didn't think he was that bothered about, but he seemed really like excited about that one. And they're even thinking about doing a new horror movie, so maybe that's why. And obviously, you know, Extreme Heist or Wicked Game, depending on where you are, that one is kind of the one that started it all, both for him making, you know, these direct-to-video action movies or DTV, but also it's the movie that accidentally allowed him to stumble into voiceover, which then became his career. So there's a lot to love about those movies for him, and I am 99% sure we're going to make that happen. It's just probably not going to be for a while, because at the end of the day, we did chat for a fair amount of time, so we probably don't want to rush into another one, which is also, as he said, you know, could spend 2 hours talking about those movies alone. And as far as for what's coming next, I did say in the previous episode that our next one will be on the Carl Urban movie Dread. That is still true. It will be back to a regular just audio. There won't be a video with that one. However, the episode after that, fingers crossed, will be another conversation with episode, which will be with Mr. Eric Jacobus, who made Death Grip and was the star of that movie with Johnny Yong Bosch. And we actually recorded that one first, but yeah, this was an experiment to see if this would work. But I know Eric also kind of wants to get the video out there, so now I know that this is going to work. We will do that. I will put the effort in to give the Eric Jacobus video an edit alongside the audio, so that will also be one up here on YouTube for people to view. And then after that, we'll have to see what the future holds, because I've still got a ton of audio episodes to edit. And if you're new here, thank you for making it all the way to the end. I don't normally do this. The channel is obviously very underutilized, but if you liked it, please like it, subscribe, all that good stuff. If you do like what you see, please remember that there are more episodes of this show available. It's just that they're not on YouTube. They are on Spotify, Apple Pods, Amazon, wherever you listen to a podcast, I will be there. And we have over 100 episodes that you can listen to, so feel free to go check us out if this has piqued your interest. And if it hasn't and you were just here for Johnny, I hope you enjoyed it. But with that said, guys, that's going to be it for me. I shall see you in the next one.
On the Action Addicts Podcast.